This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a very stormy sky in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. It is a lovely afternoon, a gorgeous cool breeze blowing the clouds closer, and I think we're going to be in for an absolutely brilliant afternoon. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari here this afternoon. Behind the camera is Owen, and we have actually stopped here because Owen spotted an African monarch butterfly, but it flew away just before. But we are appreciating the scenery. We've gone past Ntima's den site, and unfortunately there is nobody home. So from here, we're going to go to Treehouse Dam. We're going to have a look if there's anything there. And of course, we're going to be dam hopping a bit. We want to go past Twin Dam, see if I can catch up with my reebs, hopefully with my hat on the right way around this time. And maybe see if we can pick up on the tracks of Molwati as well. I believe he was on his way in that direction. It has already been quite an exciting afternoon. I believe there was an amazing otter sighting on Penguin Beach, as well as some epic birding. So if you haven't had a look, you definitely should. What a special day. It is quite a bit cooler today, so I'm hoping that's going to play in our favor and that we might have some animals moving around a bit earlier than usual. It's probably around 31 degrees Celsius still, but with the cloud cover and the wind, it's a lot cooler than we're used to at this time of the day. Maybe that'll mean the leopards and the lions might be moving. We would love to hear from you, so if you have any questions or comments, or you'd like to let us know if you see something that we can try and find for you, please let us know. You can find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv, or register on the WildEarth website. Head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. You can see there's been a pretty big storm cell building, but some nice light clouds underneath that are going to be bringing some coolness, but hopefully without the rain just yet. And speaking of, I think it's a very good time for us to have a look at what our weather's doing for the afternoon in our different locations.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. It looks like slightly but surely some of the clouds wants to disappear, but it is beautiful afternoon. A beautiful elephant walking down the Molwati. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Cedric Dold, and behind the camera we have got Gert. So yes, we're definitely looking forward to this afternoon sunset drive with everybody. Hopefully everyone's going to send some nice comments, questions. Please forward those things to us so we can definitely enjoy the afternoon with everybody else. Alright, so I am in the Molwati. We've got a couple of elephants here. A nice herd of elephants that's pretty much just feeding along this drainage line. But my whole idea of coming into this crossing is actually to try and follow up with the Lamba and her cubs. It was just north of where we are now. Of course, lots of elephants in the drainage line at the moment. As you can see, one youngster still enjoying the sand. Others all around on the bank, a little bit in the thickness. Yes, Rock Candy Susie, definitely good afternoon. Definitely ready for this safari this afternoon, ready to rumble and see what's out here, and maybe we can have an absolutely stunner of a drive. I'm also looking forward to it. As I said, this weather is just great, it's perfect, not too hot, and I think everybody at home as well can be sitting and watching, and hopefully we can get some nice cats for you. And dogs and elephants, don't forget that. I love elephants, don't get me wrong, as you can see. These elephants, I just love elephants still. I can still sit with them for hours. But you got a youngster here. A few of the older ones, a little bit further deeper in the bush on the bank, but you can't really see them at the moment. But as you can see, just a young male just feeding inside this drainage line in the Molawati. While we sit with these elephants here in the Molawati, let's head to Chris and see what's happening on the dam cam.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I am operating the dam cam yet again this afternoon. My name is Chris, and I was surprised to have this waterbug bull come and lie down right underneath the dam cam. Therefore, I could get rather close. He was with a cow, a female, and it seems like initially his intentions was to get better acquainted with him, if you know what I mean. What I love about this is you can see the coarseness of the hair. Remember a while back I mentioned about how the hair is adapted with the coarse hair, protecting them from insects, as well as with the oil glands in the skin and so forth. And now we just have that opportunity to really get into that and really get a feel for it, you know. And now he's just having a bit of a snooze. Just look at that beautiful markings on the face, that sort of white lips, and that sort of beautiful round rusty color on its forehead. It's one of my favorite antelope, you know. Just get him, try and get the horns and everything in there. Awesome creatures. I just absolutely love them. Very large boulders. I mean, this is our third largest antelope in the region, and if you include eland, which don't really occur here, but at Djuma would make it the second largest after kudu. Very big antelope, extremely large antelope. This is a fine specimen, such a handsome fellow. Now he's just sleeping out cold here at the moment. Let's take a little bit of a look at those ears. Just gonna go in there and you can see the texture of see the textures of everything. So awesome. I'm going to stay with him a bit, and then in the meantime let's head over to JP to say hello.
Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Pridelands. We decided this afternoon we're going to start our walk from Leopard Dam. We're just going to see what the weather is going to do, and if it doesn't become too windy, we actually might go back towards the vehicle. At the moment, we're actually watching a very small little plover that's known as a free-banded plover. I'm going to tell you a little bit more about him in a moment. So my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera, we've got Craig. Let's see what our free-banded plover is up to. He's now unfortunately just moved directly behind the vegetation over there. I'm just going to see if I can maybe move over here, and if Craig can follow me, then we might be able to get him. That's always a challenge with birds. They either fly or they do run off. I've just managed to see it again. I don't know if you'll be able to find it, Craig. It's right in line with me, approximately my 12 o'clock in that little open area against the edge of the grasses. This little bird actually gets its name, free-banded plover, from a very distinct bands that it has across its body. And one of the interesting behaviors that you will notice is that they often use their feet to disturb little insects, and then they will catch these. I also find it particularly interesting to actually find the eggs every now and then, as the eggs are so cryptically colored, and it's quite often hidden in between antelope droppings, which makes it even more difficult to actually spot. And it's just flown off, and unfortunately it's gone off. We also had some baboons that were calling in the background a few seconds ago, and when we were watching our baboon a little bit earlier, it was actually picking out some marulas. There's one on the opposite side of the dam now, picking marulas out of the elephant dung. It's just seen us.
There's still some waterbuck around, and a typical herd, 2 or 3 or 4 females or calves and a dominant bull. And I've seen this one bull mate with one of the females a little earlier, or at least attempt to mate. And the waterbuck don't have a distinct season, but anyway, let's just watch them, and they're not doing much. Obviously the dam cam is not as smooth as you would find with the other cameras, but there we go. Get a bit of a closer look on this old boy. Big mature waterbuck bull. Just lovely markings on him. Just see how he rhythmically chew there, and he's actually ruminating at the moment, so he's literally chewing the cud, as we call it in layman terms. It's almost like you heard me there. That's extremely handsome antelope. Hopefully they'll stick around a bit, and we can see what they do later on.
We have just arrived at Treehouse Dam with an amazing surprise waiting for us. There is a whole group of guinea fowl butterflies that seem to be resting on the ground here. And I know they're resting because they've got their wings flat on the ground. Look at those spots. Now it seems like there's probably 10 or 15 that are all flying around and hopping around each other. And this is very common behavior in a group, basking on the ground, and then anytime they get alerted by something potentially dangerous, they kind of hop up and move around. And this can actually be part of copulation and courtship behavior. And there just seems to be, there it goes, there seems to be so many. If you have a look, there's just movement all over the ground. And interestingly enough, all very close to elephant dung underneath the marula trees. Have a look at that, isn't it gorgeous? You can actually see the old marula fruits on the floor. Beauty, butterfly eggs are normally laid on plants, any plant surfaces, and a lot of the time it's the big trees that we're familiar with, so you might find them on the leaves, on the underside of the leaves, but it really depends on the species. I think it would be different because it's got 4 life stages. It's something called hollow metabolic life cycle. A butterfly's got 4 life stages, and eggs is the first one. But if it's a fruit-feeding butterfly, then the eggs will be laid on fruit trees or on the leaves. If it's something different, it might actually be laid on the floor where it's a little bit moist. So it just depends on the specific species. For a guinea fowl butterfly, I'm actually not 100% sure where the eggs would be for this particular species. I'm just loving how with the wind, the wings are kind of going, and as soon as it picks up and the wind starts becoming too strong, they flatten their wings completely. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, with guinea fowl butterflies, it's more combretums. So things like bush willows and terminalia, things like cluster leaves. That would be where you'd find their life stages. Dean, you want to know what would kind of predate on these kinds of butterflies? It would mostly be things like birds, unfortunately, for the butterflies. Birds are very attracted to the movement of butterflies, and of course, especially the adult stages. The younger stages are a little bit more difficult to find. So that's why they have such good camouflage. These guinea fowl butterflies on the bottom of the wing are bright orange, so they can find each other, but also blend in with orangey leaves and grasses. But on the top, when they flatten their wings, you can see they're quite well camouflaged with that dusty brown color. And I've counted probably 10 already just in this small little patch. And this makes me happy because I was quite sad that our African monarch flew away earlier. With being so windy, it can be very tough to film something as light as a butterfly. But they're just kind of flitting around everywhere. I'm loving the bright orange on the underside of the wing. This is a very fascinating little interaction that we're watching here. So I'm going to stick around for a bit longer since we're at the dam anyway and see what these butterflies get up to. In the meantime, I'll send you to Cedric to see what he's up to.
Yes, welcome back. I'm just taking a look along the Molawati. It looks like her tracks with the cubs tracks are going all the way north, heading towards maybe Gauri Dam, and then maybe into the very thick area. A lot of Tambuertis in that area. So of course you can't just go over Tambuertis. It's a very sensitive area that. But I'm going to try and still go around towards Central. It looks like the reason is there's a lot of elephants here. There's a lot of elephant activity here today, and I think due to that is maybe it's pushed a little bit away from this area into more of a thicker place. Okay. I'm just really holding thumbs. I'm really going to work for this girl. I mean, she is definitely still on our property, so on Djuma itself. So I just want to see if we can find her. It'll be very, very good. I'll be very happy. But I've always loved driving the drainage lines. It's such a nice area to drive, especially on hot days. The drainage line is nice and cool as well. So of course a lot of a nice cool air that's sitting in sinks at the bottom here. What age do they separate from their mothers? Heidi. Well, good afternoon, Heidi. Well, thank you very much for your question. If it's a female leopard or a female cub, you'll look at around about maybe a year, 5 months, year and 6 months. It's a male leopard, tends to go maybe another extra 4 months longer compared to a female cub. Reason is when a male cub is around about a year and 5, year and 6 months, he's just as big as his mom, and a little bit intimidating for her to try and actually have a confrontation and push him out. So that is pretty much done by the dominant male, and that usually ends up at about year and 8 months, year and 9 months, even sometimes 2 years. So it depends. But if it's a female, mother and daughter confrontation, usually at about a year and 5, year and 6 months. But they'll still hang around in the area, still in the territory, but then they'll become more independent at that age. And mom doesn't want them around anymore, or with her. But she won't mind the cubs being, or those, I'm going to say, sub-adult cubs being still around in the territory. But yeah, sooner or later they will get pushed out when they have to have their own territory. Okay, you got it there. I'm still going to try and search further here. I'm going to go further up on Molawati, as I said, to Central. Let's go to Tess and see what's happening at the dam.
Very dramatic skyline at the dam. That is what is happening right now. It is a gorgeous afternoon for birding in particular. We seem to have hit a jackpot spot with our big male hippo also relaxing in the water, and of course the resident pair of blacksmith lapwings as well. So we've got quite a bit going on here. As you can see, most of him is out the water at the moment. I know he's not putting on as much of a show as the hippo this morning at Gowrie Dam, but with the afternoon being nice and cool, he might start moving a bit more a little bit later. Now he is a particularly large male hippo. To me, I think size-wise he's one of the biggest that I've seen in a while. Michael, that's dependent on the area, but mostly I would say baby hippos are more likely to be out of the water than in the water, depending on the weather. Purely because baby hippos are much more prone to getting cold, so they lose heat a lot more quickly than the adults. And what happens then is if they stay in the water for too long, their body will get too cold and they go into hypothermia. So this is why you often see baby hippos trying to climb onto their mother's back so they are out of the water. So even if mom is in the water, the calf itself will still try to be out of the water for quite a bit of the day. And the moms will even go and lie on the banks of a river or a dam with the calf to try and keep it warm in the sun. That being said, it is the safest place to be in the water. So it's a bit of a catch-22, but because, especially when hippo calves are so young, till about 3-4 months, they start to learn to regulate their body temperature a bit better, it's probably more likely that a hippo will spend more time out of the water, even if that means on mom's back while she's in the water, than actually under the water as a calf. But I think it's going to be quite a productive afternoon here at Treehouse Dam, so I'm going to stay here for a little while and see what else comes along. So while we are here, we have heard some Birchall starlings, we've heard the red-billed buffalo weavers briefly. There's the Birchall starling calling. So what I want to do is, while there is such a dramatic skyline and the birds flitting between the trees at the back there, let's just have a listen, take in some of the sounds. You never know what we're going to hear. We might even get lucky with some unusual bird calls today. Very dedicated blacksmith lapwing, always on the nest when we come past. I don't see the partner, but possibly just somewhere around the edges of the dam feeding. But you can hear the breeze is picking up quite a lot. We're starting to get some big gusts. This will mean the birds and some of the something might hopefully start becoming more active soon.
Welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a dragonfly, and the species of dragonfly that we are looking at is known as a banded groundling, and this is a male. And when it does come to dragonflies, we generally find that the males are more beautifully colored than the females, which tends to be dull colored and quite often has a mustardy color. This is probably one of the easiest of the dragonflies to actually identify because of the two bands through the wing, the overall dark coloration, and also because it has a very unique behavior. And generally we find that if we move through this area, they will actually follow us and catch tiny little insects. So when it does come to dragonflies, they're actually an insect order that's been around for many millions of years. And they estimate that they've been around for approximately some 325 million years already. And one of the other things that I do find interesting is that some of the ancestral forms actually had wingspans of approximately some 750 millimeters. That's 25 centimeters short of a meter. That must have been pretty impressive to see such large insects. When it does come to dragonflies, we will actually note that they catch insects and they're entirely carnivorous. And they've got a toothed little mask-like face, which they and those toothed mandibles that they use as they to actually get to incapacitate the prey and effectively feed on them. When it does come to their larvae, they actually live in water and they're totally dependent on water. And they also have a very special jaw-like structure that can shoot forward to actually catch prey that they do find underneath the water. When we do look at dragonflies in general, we actually find that the whole group of Ordinata can be divided into two subgroups. In this case, it's Anisoptera, which means uneven wing, which includes all the dragonflies. Well, we find that the other group that we find is Exoptera, which is damselflies, which is a little bit more slender in appearance. We'll tell you a little bit more about them later. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Chris is up to on his Bumble.
Yes, welcome back. Still going up on Vulture's Nest. So of course Molawati is just to the east of me now, west of me, and of course her tracks is coming north up the Molawati. I just want to see if she hasn't popped out on Central. If not on Central, then definitely further down south of Central Road, which is in front of us now. There's always the safest one to play at and double check. See anything coming through from the way this side. There's got hyena tracks going this way. There's hyena tracks heading in that direction, but not fresh. Maybe early this morning hyena tracks. So I'm on Central now. So It's going to stop here. He's going to fly. It's going to fly. Sorry, there's just a southern yellow-billed hornbill. It's on the right. I knew it's going to fly. Typical. As soon as you want to stop and view it, I get that feeling. It's like, oh, let's go. Oh, look at that. Sorry. 3 of them. All the southern yellow-billed hornbills. There was one did catch something on the road, maybe like a beetle or a bug. Couldn't see, but they just dropped that insect. It was very, very much common to this area, the yellow-billed or the southern yellow-billed hornbill, also known as the banana beak bird, who looks like the beak looks like a big banana. And of course you get the red-billed hornbill, which looks like a chili beak, pretty much like a nice thin red beak. But of course the yellow-billed hornbills pretty much also nest around in these hollowed out trees. And what's really fascinating about the yellow-billed hornbill is if of course the female's about to make her nest and lay her eggs and incubate the eggs, she'll pluck all her feathers out inside that hollowed out tree, and she'll create like a nice nesting area, and then the male will come and he will actually, oh look at that, how sweet. And he'll actually come and clay up the entrance to the nest, except like a little fine slit so he can go and feed her every time. So if he brings food back, he can just put his beak through that little slit. So it's just for protection. And of course, the interesting part is where they'll actually take a shongololo, a millipede. A millipede secretes cyanide, and that millipede will be kept alive, and they'll actually pop that millipede in with the female that's now pretty much hasn't got any feathers, and busy incubating the eggs. They'll pop the millipede inside, and it'll actually keep the parasites out from the nest. So that's one thing that a millipede is definitely useful for. It's amazing how nature will actually pick up on those things, and using certain species of insects or plants or something like that just to hoard away any parasites, of course, and make sure that everything is nice and clean and hygiene inside the nest. Anyway, well, we just watched a little bit of these yellow-billed hornbills. Let's head back to Chris on his dam cam.
Well, it seems like there's quite a lot happening here today on Dam Cam. Waterbuck was still around, and now we've got a whole bunch of impala and this wildebeest cow and her older calf, probably from early November, so it'll make him a couple of months old already. You see the horns just starting to develop there, probably about 6 inches protruding there already. And eventually it will start dropping down into the normal shape, characteristic of blue wildebeest, which is the wildebeest found in southern Africa, or at least in the bushveld regions, as opposed to the black wildebeest, which is found in the central grasslands of South Africa. A species only naturally found in South Africa there, which don't occur here. There's a lot happening, I must say. I've seen some warthogs coming in. The impala, wildebeest, waterbuck. No, it's been quite busy. I just tried to find the parrots. Couldn't see anything on them. They probably are looking for food. This is also referred to as the brindled gnu, referring to that sort of black thickened hair on the neck area. I'm just trying to focus here. Hi there, Earth lover. Magnificent creatures, you say there. And the question there from Earth lover is, how many cameras do we have at the dam? Currently, it is only this one that we operate. so only one at the moment. The nice thing is we have a relatively good three-dimensional view, meaning that we can really, get quite a variety of images on Damcam. I mean, this could have been anywhere in the bush. I mean, and just by using a few camera tricks that I picked up from the CamOps, just playing around with it a bit, and I do enjoy it because I do have aspirations to go into semi-amateur or professional videography at some stage, so I'm really picking up some very good advice from the CamOps when working with them out in the bush, and I'm by no means a pro yet. I am still learning, and I have a lot to learn about camera work as opposed to still photography that I've been doing for just over 20 years now. Right, while I put those new found skills to use, let's head over to Tess to see what she's up to.
Got a little bit of an unusual story for you here. So you can see there's a little bit of golden thread, and if there's any guesses from where this is from, you'd be absolutely right if you told me that this was from a golden orb web spider. Very, very sticky, so I'm going to try and stick it to the dashboard. There we go. It's a very thick thread. And what happened with this is a fascinating story. Cedric found a golden orb web spider on Rusty this morning and decided to leave the golden orb web spider hanging from the monitor for me to find this afternoon. And as I was getting into the vehicle, I did my checks, I was looking at everything, and as I was about to switch on the monitor, I noticed this massive golden orb web spider hanging off the bottom of the monitor, which then had to be safely relocated. Luckily, Owen volunteered and helped me, rescued me from it, more like, and we relocated it onto the side of the little area where we keep the cars. But this was left behind on the camera, hey, Eddie? Yeah, Owen found the golden thread on the camera. So in the middle of drives, or just after morning drive, this golden orb web spider had built a nest, unfortunately a web, across from the camera right the way down to the monitor, which is quite a distance. But this is some of the strongest silk that any spider can produce. I will try and pull it for you to show you. It is blowing quite a lot in the wind, but it is a very, very, very thick silk, and this is why it is called. I'm actually pulling as hard as I can at the moment. It's not breaking. You can see my hands are actually shaking. This is why it's called a golden orb web spider. Their one piece broke, but it's still attached. Unbelievable. That gorgeous golden color that is so bright. Absolutely brilliant. So, a fun little story for Cedric pulling a prank on me today, leaving a golden orb web spider at Rusty for me. Thank you, Cedric. I appreciate it. But it was a lot of fun because I didn't notice it for ages. How's that for 360 awareness, or a lack thereof? I didn't notice it until I was putting my hand out to switch on the monitor, and I nearly put my hand onto a golden orb web spider, and she was about as big as my palm. She was a pretty big one. So we had to quickly give the vehicle another clean, get the webs off. It was a lot of fun. Willow, I agree. I think finding some eggs would be amazing. The blacksmith lapwing at Treehouse Dam is sitting on eggs at the moment, but it sits so much that we actually haven't seen the eggs in a while. But I'll do my best to try and find some other eggs for you. We'll see what we can do about that. In fact, I've never actually seen the sac of a golden orb web spider. I've never seen the egg sac for that. It's one single egg sac, and they usually hide it kind of on the edges where the web touches the branches of whichever tree they're using for support. But I have never seen one, so I should try and find one of those too. That would be cool. Very good suggestion. I agree. I think chocolates would have been a better surprise from Cedric, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll get him back. Oh my goodness. I suppose for a naturalist it's not as bad as it could have been. I know with Lauren, she used to have the whole team put spiders in her room because they knew she had a little bit of a phobia of spiders. I remember her telling us that story. Yeah, there's definitely, I suppose, some better things that could pop up as a surprise, but spiders are pretty cool. I had a very good relationship with one golden orb spider at Tented Camp at Ngala. We had a deal. She was very friendly, I was very friendly, and we respected each other's space, but she was allowed to live there, so it was fine.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at the track of a giraffe. When it does come to tracking includes both looking at the physical track and identifying it, and a second part which actually encompasses the trailing of the animal. But firstly, it's important that you can accurately identify the track of the animal before you actually were going to trail it. So one of the things that we are looking for when it does come to giraffe tracks is firstly the length that we can see over here. And then we have a look over here, there's a clear split in the center, which will indicate that it's an even-toed ungulate. One of the other defining characteristics which we can look at when it comes to giraffe track is this raised little amount of soil in the front of a track. The only other animal that you can really confuse it with is both Cape eland as well as buffalo. But eland is much smaller and a little bit more narrow. And you will also notice that one of the parts of the toe is actually slightly longer to the front than that of the opposite side when it comes to eland. But when it comes to buffalo, the track itself appears much rounded. And I always say, if you can actually put the track into a rectangle, it's giraffe. If you can put it into a square, you are looking at buffalo. I also use these hooves very effectively as weapons against potential predators. But when we also look at tracking, we also look for all other signs that could potentially give away the position of an animal or its presence. And here we can actually see the dung from our giraffe. And if you have your bum up to 1.4 meters up into the air and you drop your droppings, they tend to scatter, which is also one of those little telltale signs which you can use to identify giraffe dung from similar looking species. However, if it does fall on soft grass, it tends to be always more neatly piled. So if you would like to learn more about tracks, why don't you visit our eco training website and look up on the tracking section and come and join us on one of our new next track and sign courses.
Alright, well, folks, welcome back. I'm still here in this drainage line. Of course, I had her tracks coming all the way up this side, so Columbus tracks coming all the way up this side, and I think came into this area, I got off the vehicle just to double check. I did find the tracks, very fresh tracks here, and we actually just spotted her going over onto the other bank at the moment. I think she's just walking back on that side. So what we're going to do, we're going to try and see if we can go around onto that other area, maybe to where the Tumboti thickets are, and then see if we can relocate that side. I think that's going to be the best thing. So yeah, Columbus definitely, she was walking up here, she's just walked up, it looks like walked up into that bank. Let's see if we can find her. Come. Always using these drainage lines, as I said, the tracks were coming here, always these drainage lines are perfect, especially there's so many elephants around here, or further down where she was, so she feels a little bit safer in this area. So I'm just going to quickly go around. sometimes I always say it's worth doing a little bit of work and tracking to find these cats, because not all the time are they right next to the road. They could be right inside the thick vegetation next to the rivers, and unfortunately that's where the tracking part comes in. And I'm hoping that we can relocate here and find her. Okay, it's going to be a bit bumpy. Yeah, just watch your head. Yes, no, definitely. The thing is, getting out of the vehicle and doing a bit of footwork for the leopards is it's one of those things that you have to kind of work on it and knowing what you're looking for. It's not just here to just jump out and run. Just, work out where she's going, why was she there, what was happening in the area. So a few things. Gee whiskers. And it's a little bit bumpy, a lot of dead stumps around here. But yes, always footwork is good. Always good, and especially when you relocate or you find them again. Okay, now I have to figure out where I'm going at. Oh, there's the other side. And that's that's like the success story. If you can find them and relocate, and then we can show them to you, I'll be very, very happy. But it was just her tracks coming up. I think she might have left the cubs further down the river, maybe at another area. That was just her tracks coming into this side. Figure out which way. This way. Yeah, this way. Trying to get out here. Trying to get out here. Oh my word. What a mission. What a mission. But it's fun. It's always fun. It'll be more fun if I can find her. Now we all just hold thumbs and cross our fingers that we can get her, because I'm just trying to get out here first. Now the thing is, I have to go all the way around to that other side of the embankment and try and see if I can get her that side, and it's a little bit of a mission. Okay, get out of flow range. See you later. Thank you. So yeah, we're going to be going past Gowrie Dam. So you can just see Gowrie Dam is right in front of us. So Gowrie Dam is very close from where we pretty much saw her now. So it's just south of the dam itself. Yeah. Thing off. Yeah, thank you. Okay, to Chris on Dam Cam and see what's happening.
I'm certainly going to be scanning every little corner of the dam, hoping that the lumber will arrive here. That will be amazing. But in the meantime, I just love it when you can get this close to things like a wildebeest. Now we've got the bull, the big old daddy, and just take a look at him for a moment there. Okay, he's ruminating just like the others. You can see the folds there in the skin with the brindling, the texture of the horns, and then very important, the preorbital gland, that white patch in front of the eye, which is one of the ways they mark their territory. it secretes a scent, and they rub it off against posting areas. I don't know. They're not the prettiest, but I do like them a lot. This is a very old bull. You can see his horns are very well developed. Those bases or bosses are also very hard and thick and very coarse. Big, mature bull in the prime of his life. And also see how they often would accentuate the horns by sort of horning the mud. You can see some mud caking there on that right-hand horn, and that's just to make them look bigger. Anyway, I had a little chuckle with that little surprise that Tessa found on Rusty. And just a correction, it was actually myself and Morgan who left it there. And it was actually intended for Cedric. I was hoping that he would discover it while live and yell like a little child. But unfortunately, the wrong recipient received that little parcel. Anyway, sorry about that, Tessa. It was meant for Cedric. Well, let's go over to Tess while we mentioned her and see what she's found.
We have found the ghost of Djuma. It looks like we've got Mulwati walking down the Mulwati riverbed, but unfortunately into Little Gowrie. So this might be the only glimpse we get as he's disappearing around the corner, and he's been scent marking. Now this is where Maribs was earlier, and so I'm not surprised at all to find Mulwati here asserting some dominance. But we had to quickly try and show you just before he disappears. He got a bit of a fright when we got here, very typical, moved up onto the bank to hide, and as soon as we sat still, he came out again. So I'm going to try and move a little bit forward because there is a small gap, but a very small gap. Hopefully that will help a little bit. Yes, we can still see him for a little distance. Oh my goodness. The ghost returns. Now I'm wondering if it's not because of Shasha and Maribs being so active recently that it's kind of forcing Mulwati to be a little bit more alert in terms of marking this territory. There we go, scent marking again. It would make sense that that is the case, that he would be moving around trying to assert dominance to make sure that Shasha and Maribs don't spend too much time here. Oh, and there he goes. All right, I'm going to try and move forward one more time. I'm literally going up the side of the bank now there with the crossing. I don't know if we're going to get it, but that's about as good of a gap as we're going to get. Ah, gone. Just like that. Gone. So I was looking for Maribs here. I was hoping Mulwati would have come this way because I know he was pretty much almost at the den site when they left him earlier at Ribbon's den site, or he was on his way there. And so we were thinking he's probably going to be looking for Maribs. And we found tracks on the road coming east, looked like Maribs' tracks, and of course Mulwati must have been hiding in the thicket somewhere when we came past. And as we moved, he decided to move as well. Okay, we are not going to be able to follow, unfortunately. That is the side that we cannot go into, being on Little Gowrie. I'm going to reverse a bit to let a vehicle cross us and let them know that Mulwati is in that riverbed if they want to follow. Let me pull off the road a little bit and have a quick chat. Unbelievable. I can't believe that we just saw Mulwati.
Now, Cedric has found Tlalamba, one of the resident leopardesses, just south of us in the drainage of this particular dam. So I'm just scanning around to see if she doesn't emerge here. Her last known direction was towards us. So I'm just doing it frame by frame and just checking for any movement and hoping to see her. and it's more towards the area where we are looking at now. That's more or less where I want to sort of keep my eyes on. So below the dam wall, that's where the drainage line continues. And if she's going to come up, she'll probably come over the dam wall, either on the left or the right. It's a steep drop off there, so she probably won't come over the dam wall directly. It will be around it. And whether, I'm not sure whether the intention is to come and drink water or perhaps try and hunt around here. There's a lot of prey around at the moment. I mean, we can just get towards the inlet of the dam. There's a lot of impala around. And I mean, that is exactly, there's some young wildebeest, not a typical prey. As you can see, that is what she would be after if she does come here. Lots of bushes on the fringes. So maybe later we might just witness an incredible event here. All we can do is wait. And maybe, just maybe, we can see a leopard hunt an impala. That would be the absolute cherry on top.
Yes, welcome back. Okay, right. I'm on the other side of that drainage where I saw pretty much come up onto this embankment around where these dead trees are in front of us. But unfortunately, there's a lot of that white soil that's in front of us and a lot of tamboti trees as well. So that's a very huge indicator for a sensitive area. So of course, sensitive areas we do not drive over. Tamboti trees we do not drive over because it's a protected tree species, and the white soil, the sodic area, is a very, very non-clinging soil particle. So that soil particle does not cling. So if you do drive over that soil, unfortunately, you break whatever little bit of clinginess it's got to each other. You break it, and if we get rains, it just creates a huge gullies. So I'm just listening out. We've got a couple of Franklins not too far in front of us. It's busy just giving us some of the typical alarm calls if they do see a predator here as well. I'm just listening. She did come into exactly where we are now, or like into this direction. We were about maybe 50 meters straight ahead of us. We're about 50 meters there towards the drainage line, and I'm just listening out. Maybe see some movement. I'm just hearing this.
Anybody might want to demo?
Good afternoon, Nadia. Welcome to WildEarth. Thanks for the question. Which other areas we do not advise to drive in? Well, you get such stuff like the black cotton soil. So black cotton soil as well. It's a very, very clay soil, and if you drive in that, you also do a lot of damage with ruts. What rutting means when if you drive in there, you'll leave a lot of indentations into the ground, or tire indentations, that is. So there's certain areas like that, as well as certain other trees. You know, you've got your apple leaves, your jackalberries, leadwood. Also leadwood areas as well as a very sensitive leadwood, and tamboti really much enjoys all of the sodic kind of areas, and also really next to the drainage lines. So that's the main ones that you don't drive over. Other than that, even your sea plants is very much in your winter or your summertime, when you've got a lot of rain that just came down, and usually it takes about 2 or 3 days after the rain's finished. You still do not drive over there, because a sea plant, as the water is stored quite high, close to the level or the surface of the ground, where there's still a lot of underground water that's just below the surface on the seaplant. So if you drive over it, you really create a kind of a stoppage, because that seaplant, the water must flow down to the lower areas. So if you drive over those seaplants, you actually kind of cut off that circulation of the water flowing down to the other plant species and grass species that's lying at the lower areas of the ground. So yeah, no, there's certain things that you have to really look out for. Unfortunately, we do, for conservation-wise, we are very ethical to that kind of stuff and very sensitive to those things, which is very understandable. That we are just to preserve vegetation and not destroy. But definitely, I've got Franklin's. This further south of us, yeah. Well, we're going to try and continue searching around here for Columba. Let's head to Tess and see what she's up to.
We've just arrived at Ribbon's Hyena Den to have a look since we're in the area and Mulwati disappeared. We've been looking for tracks of Maribs. He went north and east. We came to have a look. And unfortunately, it's empty. Other than a golden orb web spider on the complete opposite side, there is not much happening at this den site. So instead of staying here, we're going to do a little loop on the track, see if there might be some of the adults lying on the road like they sometimes do, but possibly because Mulwati's been in the area, because Maribs has been in the area, the hyenas are trying to avoid being here too much during the day. What a pity, both den sites empty so early in the afternoon. And I really thought being overcast we'd have a good chance today. But that's alright. We will make a plan as usual. On to the Maribs search we go. We have to find another leopard. I can't believe we found Mulwati. Oh goodness gracious, that was the most perfect timing. If we had gone there a minute later, not even 30 seconds later, we might not have even seen him. That just blows my mind when things work out like that. He's becoming much more relaxed with the vehicles. It's really nice to see. Because he was always known as the ghost, the skittish one. And more I'm having better and better sightings with him. Really, really. Better and better sightings. And he's moving a lot further than he was the last while. So that also makes a pretty big difference. But the plan from here is to head up back towards Chelapan and then come down in the Mulawati drainage line, because Maribs cross north in the Mulawati and then up to the east, obviously with Mulwati coming along. And the tracks were cut fresh. Wow. Look at that golden orb web spider right next to me. This is about the same size as the one that was on the vehicle, Harry. It's about that size. I don't want to go and put my hand next to it to show you, because I don't want to disturb the web. They've got a very big web. But it's quite a gorgeous female with a very tiny male just above her that you can literally barely see. Is so small. We're finding all of the unusual things today. You can see all the little hairs on the knees of her legs, where those colourful bands are. And very typical, lying upside down or hanging upside down. Panican golden orb web spiders are one of the longest living web building spiders that we find here, other than a bark spider, and it's usually anywhere from 12 months to about 18 months depending on the species, if I'm not mistaken. It's not nearly as long as something like the baboon spider, which is close on 25 years. These will not live nearly as long. But the web building spiders, it takes quite a bit more energy to build that web, and a little bit more risky because you're not hiding, you're out in the open. Oh, there's the male. Very well hidden amongst the leftover food and some leaves. So you'll see the male is even a slightly different color, much more dull in color, a browny black. None of that bright orange on the legs like you find on that female. So that strip in the middle is kind of designed to not only reinforce the web, but also to attract insects and things that might be moving through. And in fact, some golden orbs are big enough that they might even catch birds, because this is one of the species, or one of the families of spiders, I should say, that you can find in many countries and continents around the world. And some of them are a lot bigger than the ones we get here in South Africa. She's about the size of my palm, including her legs. I would say that I'll walk in behind her, but her web does look like it's not straight across. It's actually wider at the back. And I definitely don't want to disturb that web. But I am much happier seeing it on the web over there than I was seeing it on the monitor. Thank you for that, Cedric. But speaking of, I'm actually going to send you over to Cedric right now to see if he's managed to find Tlalamba.
You're crossing into Djuma from Central South from Touched.
Yes, welcome back everybody, welcome back. Wow, afternoon. I definitely could not find Tlalamba. I think she's gone further into where the Tambotis is, where all that Sodic area. I'm not going to go and try and follow and chase after her and destroy areas like that. As I say, we're trying to conserve the areas. But of course, now we've got a lovely mud wallow here. This mud looks absolutely really sloppy. I think it's an ideal thing for things like your rhino, for buffalo, elephants, even warthogs. I mean, this is really muddy. I definitely will challenge somebody to come and jump in this. But yeah, as you can see, this is very, very, very muddy. This is ideal. This is perfect for something like those animals. So you can cake their body full of this mud and actually screen their body, and this will kind of just suffocate those parasites. So you'll find that your ticks and your fleas will pretty much will be sitting on the animal, and then they'll cake their body with all this mud, and then you can see. Sarah, good afternoon. Do your jaunty and jump in. No, look, I think I'll give this one a skip for today, because this one really, look, that one is a little bit bigger. This is a little bit more concentrated. I think the concentration of this is a little bit like, how can I say, you can smell. There's a lot of urine in here. There's a lot of unwanted stuff inside of this mud. So, I'll take you up for your challenge, definitely. But I don't think this one is a little bit. I might actually even drown. It looks like quicksand. Yeah, no, this is. Oh, shucks. Yeah, this is like quicksand. I think this is not a good thing for. I think at the end of the day, I've still got like another 3 hours of drive, and I think Gert behind the camera will kind of evict me from the vehicle if I smell like this mud. But unfortunately, yeah, no, that's all right. Thank you. I'll give that challenge a skip. I'll give that challenge a skip. But it's a very nice mud wallow. These wallows all created by things like a footprint. So it'll all start off with maybe an elephant footprint. It's gone into this typical clayish mud, and then after a bit of rain, you'll find warthogs, or something like, especially warthogs. They'll come, and that footprint will have a little bit of water in it mixed with the footprint of the mud, and warthog will go into that footprint of the elephant, roll a little bit, maybe like toss and turn inside of that footprint, create a little bit of something bigger, and after that, the next thing will come. The buffalo will horn that, try and get something on there, maybe lie in it. Your rhinos, and eventually you'll find things will become so much bigger. So yes, but anyway, while I'm going to take a dive in here, let's head to Chris on Damcam.
Now that's something I really want to film. if he does that. Now, I can tell you one thing, those mud wallows are very smelly at the moment. There's a lot of things going on in there. And early rainy season, yeah, they fill up and it's clean. But by now, the mud is concentrated. There's bacteria in there. There's all sorts of elephant and buffalo dung in there. So it's all like a fermenting pot of smells. Nice little flock of guinea fowl that's coming to say hello. Lots of young birds in there. Just take a look at those youngsters. You can actually see the size of them. And unfortunately, I can't zoom in much more than this. I'll give it a shot. As you'll see, they don't have that blue faces yet. So I can't really see. But it looks like youngsters, yeah. Now those are all youngsters. Oh, they're going to stand still there. Let's just watch them for a bit. Very good watchdogs, guinea fowl, I'll tell you that. And just like their antelope counterparts impala, I mean, they are very similar in what they do out here. They, I mentioned it before, you know, they like the impalas, and they often pick up predators and they see them, they alarm, there's plenty of them, so they provide a lot of food for other predators. So they're like the impala of the bird world. It's funny enough, how ironic, we've got both of them associating. There's obviously no reason for any of the two species to be worried about the other at all. In fact, they can mutually benefit from this even temporary association that happens here.
Welcome back. I've definitely just left that mud wallow before I got another challenge there, so I left that area. Thank you. And I'm actually very happy for Tess getting Mulawati, and I still haven't seen Mulawati. I still haven't seen that male. So he's definitely given me the slip, one-time slip. So yeah, but you know, as I said, I'm not going to try and follow further on Palamba. Might be lucky, maybe later on she'll pop out on her way on a hunt or something and we bump into her somewhere. So yeah, let's hold thumbs and see what happens there for later on. But at this point in time, I'm very keen to maybe head towards Intima's den site. I want to see really what's happening there with Hart and Intima there, and I just want to see who else is around that den site. I haven't been there for a day, or day and a half, 2 days. Very keen to go and follow up there. But it is a beautiful day. It's no, I know there's not much golden light. I know a lot of people enjoy the golden light with the photos and all that. But for me, I like this. This pretty much, it's a little bit of light, but there's also a nice cloud cover, a bit of a breeze, so it's a little bit easier on us. And of course, predators will be a little bit more active, you know, like the leopards, and that's you know, and that's why I'm hoping that Intima's den site will be a little bit more, or will be active now because of the good old weather that we're having.
have got quite the scenic image in front of us. 3 male impalas. I'm guessing the same ones that are normally around twin dams, but of course have vacated that area thanks to Mulwati and Maribs. And we are now very close to Chelapan, but when we got here, all 3 of them were looking up. It seems as though they were a bit nervous, but what made us even more skeptical and excited is that there were 2 young elephant bulls here, and both of them were not interested in being relaxed. They seemed very skittish and upset, and they went straight towards the thickets, which makes me think they can smell something or see something that they're not so happy with, especially being very young males that have probably just left the herd. More than likely, they might have seen a predator. Now, the impalas have gone back to feeding, but the elephants have a much stronger sense of smell. And so that makes me think the elephants know something the impalas might not. But you can see they're nervous and alert. Now, Marib's tracks did come up towards this area where now it's Spaghetti Junction. So on my right-hand side, so the opposite side to the impalas, is the Mulawati drainage line. And my plan is to dip into the drainage line once we leave these impalas and head back south to see if we can find any of his tracks. But knowing him, especially after last night's adventure, he might be right here behind an African wattle, stalking them. Or stalking the elephants, also possible. Now I just want to listen for a bit while we're here, while we've got some beautiful scenery. You can actually hear the impalas feeding, and you should be able to hear some of the life around here. Winnie, absolutely. It's a very peaceful scene. Impala's nice and relaxed, and it's always a peaceful little area whenever you can spend time with them. Let's have a quick listen just in case we can pick up on anything. I can actually hear something to my right-hand side. I think it might be one of the elephant bulls. But if you listen carefully, you can actually hear the impalas breaking the grass off. Oh, all 3 impalas have their heads up now. Now also bear in mind, this is the same drainage line that extends all the way up to where Cedric had Tlalamba very briefly. So she might have turned and come back south. Maribs might have come up north. There's so many possibilities in this area. They really do not seem overly relaxed. I'm going to spend a few more minutes with these impalas just to check, and then I'll do a loop of the area and down into the drainage line. Hopefully we get lucky. But let's head over to Cedric while I start looping to see what he's up to.
Yes, guys, look, we've got Intima and Tima's cub. Oh, no, it's just getting up. Oh, and Tima's cub was just coming out of that hole. Look in the hole, look in the hole. There's the little face. There it is, there it is. Oh, can you believe it? I just see the one. So that now Tima's little cub. First time I've got to see her. That's absolutely, or him, amazing. Little one. Well, there's Heart. So Heart is also here. The little one is a little bit afraid coming out to Heart, because Tima got a fright when Heart approached. Here comes there's Heart's. But now, that is Heart's cub. So it just shows you, eh? Wow, wow, wow. So Heart's cub and Tima's cub is very much in the same hole. There's other little cub, and Tima's cub is right out there. Oh, that's fantastic. Of course, Heart is not really paying any attention to that little one, and Tima's, because it's just a much lower ranked compared to her cub. Getting a good clean by Mom. Wow, folks, this is just absolutely amazing. Look at that little face coming out there. Trying to get in and not understanding what's happening. Where's Mom? Where's Intima? But Intima's next to us now, just watching. There's Intima now. She's just lying back out. Wow. What a moment. Great timing to come through here. Yeah, as I thought, it was going to be much cooler today. More activity. So she's just one's coming out. Heart is just accepting. You can see Heart is just sniffing. That's a small thing. Oh my goodness. That is too precious. Roaming rhino, good afternoon. Definitely a cuteness alert. Wait, but there's another little black one just came out the back there. I think Corky's here as well. On the other side, the back end, a little black one, a little black cub. But definitely cuteness alert here. There's so many cutie things that's running around here. My heart is absolutely happy for this. So. And the Heart's little cub has got that so many beautiful little black spots coming through. It's amazing how quickly they change colour from being that completely black and losing that coloration. That's now about maybe 2 weeks now, I think, 2 weeks old. Johnny, yes, age 8, yes. Oh, hyenas, they've got like little shelves inside that holes inside the den itself. They've got like little shelves inside there with actually one higher, one lower, and at different levels. And each one will have their little kind of compartment there just to be safe. Some smaller than others. Of course, the older they get, they pretty much get almost like, I'm going to say, an upgraded apartment or compartment inside of that mound. but it is only the young ones, like these young cubs, that can really get into those mounds. You'll find all these adults that can't get in, so it's just mainly for the protection of the cubs. So it's also very important for each cub to know where to run and which little area in that mound to run to. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic, really fascinating, and just how this whole matriarchal line works, from the matriarch to the princess, and then of course you got the whole matriarch line where you got the second matriarch, or the second in charge, and third. And of course males do not have any huge role at the den site at this point in time, because they are very lowly ranked. Carla B, yes, definitely a happy That was funny. My mom licked the cub right off its feet. Carla B, definitely a happy hyena nursery this. Absolutely, it's a joy to watch. That just definitely made my day. This whole thing made my day. Yes. But I did see another young cub, a black one, coming from the back end of this mound, not this one that's in the front end. So where Heart is sitting there now, just behind her, there's around the corner, there's another hole that side. And I think it's Corky, if I'm not mistaken, that's on the other end, that side. And I just saw a little black one appear over that mound and then ran back in again. But just time will tell. I'll definitely keep an eye on this now and see what progress comes about in this hyena clan. I'm trying to think, if Corky had to come all the way back here, it would have been a issue to bring that little cub back this side.
Well, it sounds like the rest of the crew is having a field time out in the bush, and so am I out here on the camera at the dam. And sort of coming back to the wildebeest and the water buck every now and then. We know there was a leopard seen around the dam, south of the dam, so it's always good to just check around, look at their behavior. At the moment they're very calm, so they've not spotted or smelled any predator as such. So from here I'll move back to the herd of impala later on and just watch them for a little bit. You can see how, the wildebeest looking one direction, water buck looking in one direction, so that's all benefiting the whole entire group of animals here, because lots of eyes and ears that can watch out for a lion or a leopard approaching. So you'll have to be extremely well skilled as a hunter cat to encroach and get close to this particular group of animals. You can see also there's quite a bit of wind, and this is one of the reasons why they're not out grazing. Normally this time of the day they'll utilize the last remaining light and get as much food into the stomach as possible. But with this wind, it takes out two of their senses. So firstly, smell, because if the wind is quite strong, the predators can move upwind and the wildebeest won't smell them. As well as it creates a lot of sound, the leaves rustling, the grass rustling, so they can't hear a predator approaching. It is also lower light conditions due to being overcast. Look at this guy. He's trying to get a bit of milk. So therefore, this is good hunting conditions for predators, and therefore, most of these creatures come into the open, where it will be the safest for them at the moment.
Yes, we're back here at Taxon's Road, at Hyena Den site. Of course, we've got Hart still lying, just resting now. Hart's little cub was running around, I think went at the back of the den. And Tima is not too far off, just lying down. But then the most exciting part of this den site this afternoon definitely was to see Tima's little cub appear out of that den hole, which was fantastic. It was a really, really great visual of it. So it also just looks like just the one cub, I think, and I'm also almost for certain that Corky's also just got one. So it's Ribbon that's got two, Hart that's now in front of the den, so she's got one, and then Tima one, and Corky one. So altogether it's around about five cubs in the clan now. Of course, 3 of them older. Around about now 5, 6 months. 6 months. Abby, yes, definitely. It was definitely a family time at this den site. Thank you very much for the comment. It is something that I also really, really appreciate, and just to witness their behavior and each one's ranking, and also the youngsters. And I think it's if they're all this side, like in other words, Ribbon might be that side still, might be by Ace by her own at the other den side, because I haven't seen her yet. But as I said, I haven't gone around this den yet to look at the other female yet with a little black cub, but I'm almost certain it's Corky. Don, good afternoon. That's a good question. Where will hyenas give birth if they can't find a mound? Culverts. If you think, I've seen it quite a few times. If you look at actually in the Kruger National Park, those big pipes that go under the roads, they use that tremendously. Very often, very often they'll use those culverts, those pipes under the road. Unfortunately, that seems like a little bit of an unnatural den, but utilize it, opportunistic, and if not, why not? So yeah, they definitely use the culverts. Rocky areas, I mean, anything where they can make sure that the hole's just big enough for the cub to be born in. So maybe a little rocky outcrop, things like that. So anything that they can know that it's going to be a safe haven for the cub itself. But I don't think most of my sightings with the den sites have been termite mounds, and as I said, there's culverts. The whole idea is just to make sure the success rate for the cubs. What, huh? Sorry, FC, can you just go with Beamer's question again, please? Bima, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question. If the adults cannot fit in the mound, would they dig it out? Or dig what out? The sand or the baby hyena? But if they can't get in, if they can't, we'll try and make a bigger hole. You must remember those mounds are very, very, very strong. It's almost like cement. So for them to start really digging it properly on the outskirts, it's going to take them a long time to really get a big hole for the adult to even get in. So that's why they use these mounds. I mean, that soil that you see on the mound, it's like concrete. So it's a little bit on a tough side to really dig a big hole. But even if the hyena can dig a nice hole just to fit their head and the shoulders in, I don't think they're going to feel too safe going in there and all of a sudden not being able to turn around or anything like that. So I think the chances of them going in is not really that great. Anyway, while we sit here with the mound, I'm going to try and see if I can reposition myself and see if we can look at the other hyena at the other side. Let's head to Tess and see what she's up to.
I have done quite a few loops and I've just gotten back to Twin Dams. I'm sitting on the dam wall and we had some starlings that were having a full-on bird fist fight, if I can call it that. It looked like a pub fight. It was quite something. They were attacking each other, rolling on the ground, and just like that they stopped. But they do still seem to be sitting together. It's a bit strange, really, but possibly some form of territorial dispute that was happening. Now we wanted to come and sit here and see what we could find because we had a squirrel alarm calling and we have not found any other tracks leading further away from the dam. So I think it's possible Maribs is still around. So it is a stunning afternoon here. You can hear there are quite a few birds starting to call. And of course what myself and Owen are doing is while we are here, we're scanning. Lilibet, yes, I think that's part of the reason why Mulwati is in the Mulwati drainage line. I think he would have come towards Twin Dams this morning. He would have smelled Maribs or possibly even seen him. And now he's just trying to intimidate him to move him out of the area. So he might not necessarily attack Maribs because Maribs is only 2. But he does want to send the message that this territory is taken. This is not just an area where you can come and freeload. In essence, if you could put it into kind of, I guess, colloquial terms, he's basically just saying, I'm here, you better find somewhere else to go. And I think it has a lot to do with the fact that Maribs and Shasha have been quite active between here and Chitwa recently. And of course, this area is definitely part of Mulawati's territory. Now, 2 years old Maribs isn't actually a threat to Mulwati, but when he gets bigger, he will be. A younger, stronger leopard coming into your territory is never a good thing when you're a male. And so I think Mulwati's just putting his foot down and saying, that's enough now, you can move. Hello, Lapwing. Wow, fantastic work, Owen. Very impressive to keep up with it all the way at the length across the dam. So we're going to spend a bit of time here. We are going to be scanning for any ears, any alarm calls, anything like that. And hopefully we might get lucky.
Oh, well, at least we've got old Heart's little cub out the den here now, or from behind the den site. A couple of bone fragments next to his leg there. It was like old bone fragments. This will be something that the adults brought back. But it's not much. Well, of course, I brought much more back than that, but it's just the leftovers. I think somebody said that this cub is actually a female. If I'm not mistaken, I just want to double check on this. Oh, the little one's at the den. Oh, there's something Tima's little one. Oh, it was running, it was calling. Oh, and it just went back in now. Oh, damn it. Come on, Tima. The little one's calling you. What's wrong with you? Do your motherly thing. Shame. Cute. Very cute. So cute. Absolutely adorable. There's a grasshopper approaching Heart's nose. A grasshopper's like really like sneaking past, making sure. Silent hunter. The grasshopper that just snuck past Hart, but of course this guy's now pretty much gone into the grass area. Pretty much like a silent hunter grasshopper, making sure that he doesn't want him challenge one of the most insane predators that we do have here in the Sabi Sands. Okay, the other one, yes, other females coming out from behind there in Hart. I just want to double check if it is. I'll get my binocs out here quickly. Yeah. As you can see, that one's feeling very, very relaxed at the moment. Got all the aunties and family or the clan all surrounding the den site here, so that's a nice. I can say they can feel nice and comfortable and not too worried about any threats that's coming through. I'm sure it won't be too long till these little ones will start moving around with the older ones. Not too long, I'll start figuring out where to go. Mama, good afternoon. Yes, I definitely get ticks as well. I've seen very bad. We call it like a Bontu tick, those big grey ones that actually really sits. So I think I don't know if you ever saw on my reps that male leopard, young male leopard, he's got a couple on his neck and his ears. Same thing, but you must also remember the hyena clans, just like lions, they do at least clean and groom each other, or not groom each other, but they'll groom the youngsters and all that. So if there is any issues with ticks, they would tend to try and eliminate, but not all the time. I've seen hyenas with loads of ticks in the ears and also between the back legs and any warm areas on the body. So yes, I have seen definitely ticks on them. This one is very curious. This one is very much, observant and very curious on what's happening around him and what he can pick up and nibble on. These little naughty ones that'll come into the lodge and steal my shoes. lay my welcome mat in front of my room. It's such a cute face. Such a cute face. Of course, looking most of the clan and a few of the clan members is here, so I'm sure tonight maybe they'll go out and go and look for what they can scavenge on or what they can go and hunt. Especially the mothers that's got the little cubs. They also have to produce milk, which is very important, and at a high protein and nutritional milk that the cubs do need. Right, we're going to to Tess, see what she's been up to, and then I'm going to make my way around to the other side.
Is it possible to find the ghost twice in one day? Oh my goodness. I don't know what's happening right now, but it certainly seems like we're having a very lucky afternoon. I don't think that's Mulwati. Is it? Go ahead.
Confirm, is that anywhere on Juma channel or Eastern channel?
On Juma channel.
Yeah, copy. We're looking for you on the Juma channel because we'd like to join. Can we go back to Juma channel, please?
Affirm. Alright, so it seems like this leopard is busy calling, sawing at the moment, and I noticed, go ahead, I noticed the fresh tracks in the road. And as I looked up, I saw the leopard lying in the road.
Yeah, what, are we going to run it in Juma or?
It's on the boundary at the moment, just to the east of the Mulawati drainage line on Gari Main. So whoever is the first responder to here will then take over the rotations runnings.
Yes, I'll just confirm, is that anywhere mobile, static, north or south of 11?
Static in the middle of Gari Main.
Okay, copy. Jordan, what's your lock?
Yeah, it might be Mulwati. Look at the dewlap. Okay, possibly Tundi. That's unusual. Yeah, alright, let's try and get closer and see. This is very odd. Okay, so we've got a confirmation on Tundi. Thank you very much. You can see quite far away. The ways to go, it's close enough. And we have actually got another vehicle coming in on the other side there. So we're going to try and stay here so that we've got enough space. And that vehicle, unfortunately, will have to wait so that Tundi doesn't have to move. I wonder if she's calling Maribs because Mulwati's been around. Oh my goodness. Station's just an update. This is Tundi and she is vocal.
Which direction?
She is still static but vocal. Wow, she looks like she's eaten a lot. Look at that belly. Oh my goodness. So she's watching towards the drainage line. I would not be surprised if Maribs pops up out of nowhere. Because that's where Maribs was when Mulwati came through. Scent marking. Walla the Queen is looking a little bit tired, but she is an old girl. She's 15. She's still looking in good condition though, possibly just exhausted from the meat sweats. Too much of a big meal recently. I don't know if she'll have any more cubs. She might be a bit old for that. But you can see she still cares a lot. She's calling for him because she can smell Mulwati in the area. You can hear some rollers in the background calling because they can see and hear the leopard. She does seem to be getting more and more frantic with her calling, and I'm sure she is worried about Maribs, considering what's happened with Mulwati in the area. Alright, I don't know where we're going to find her. Stations, this animal is mobile into Djuma, into the drainage line east of the Mulwati. It's a kind of small drainage line going up northeast. I don't know if we're going to get her, but we're going to try. Oof, goodness gracious, Thandi, you're taking us into the here. But I will give it a back. There? Got her. There she comes right in front of us. She's going on to Djuma. This is fantastic. Frantically calling for Maribs. She is looking gorgeous though, and nice and full, which is good news. Stations, this animal is temporarily static about 10 meters north of Gowrie Main, visual from the road and from Djuma side. Beach Bunny, it would be good if Maribs answered the phone sometimes. Copy that, thank you. So it would be very interesting to see what happens, because it sounds like there's elephants that are trumpeting in the distance. Thandi is frantically looking around trying to find what's happening, and I'm sure she's worried about Maribs at the moment. Now, considering she's got such a big belly, I wouldn't be surprised if Mulwati was attracted for two reasons. One, the smell of a carcass, and two, the smell of Maribs. This is quite a tense moment. I feel like I'm just waiting for Maribs to pop out somewhere. So you will see she is looking around while she's calling. She keeps putting her face down to the ground to echo the call. And hopefully Maribs will respond soon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment we are looking at a group of squirrels, and they're full of energy at this time of the day. And it's unusual to see that they play so much at this time of the afternoon, and normally when we do find them, they will be perched up somewhere in a sunny spot just to heat up their bodies that little bit before they go into a cold night. One of the things that we did notice what they were doing was quite often grooming one another. When it does come to grooming, we find that animals do that specifically to actually remove parasites off one another, but also to build friendly relationships with one another. Another behavior that I just watched a few seconds ago is that they were also dragging their anal glands on one another. And the reason why they do that is that they then all share a communal odor, which is unique to that group. And when there's an intruder that tries and comes into their little hole where they live, they can immediately pick him up by scent and then quickly chase him away. There's a number of different squirrel species which we do find in South Africa, of which ground squirrels as well as a tree squirrel is probably the most common. The tree squirrels are the ones that we find to the western part of South Africa. Sorry, the ground squirrels are the ones that we find to the western half of South Africa, while tree squirrels are the ones that we find throughout the low-veld region of South Africa. There's a few other interesting behaviors which we often notice with squirrels, and that's that they're very good with hiding things to eat at a later stage. I also found that quite often when they do hide stuff, that they also forget where they actually hid some of their stash.
Okay, so we've just had to reposition a little bit again. Thandi is lying on a slope. She's right next to one of the drainage lines and she is still calling and looking out quite widely, I must be honest, moving from right to left with her head, calling down into the ground and then resting in between. Now it looked like she might have a bit of a cut on her neck. Could just be from hunting. Could also be from distracting Molwati to allow my ribs to get away if there was an interaction. But of course we don't know because we haven't seen it happening. I can hear the elephants coming closer and they do sound upset. Justin T, that would depend on the conditions on the day, so there's no exact answer, but it should travel a good few kilometers. I would say up to 7 or 8 kilometers. On a windy day like today, though, much more difficult. It'll travel easily downwind, but if my ribs is upwind, then it won't be able to travel as far because that sound is going to be brushed away by the wind. But those elephants sound like they're getting more upset, and it sounds like it's coming from Leadwood Road area, which is where Marib's tracks disappeared to when he moved out of the drainage line. He moved up east towards Leadwood Road. So maybe he can hear her and he's coming. So the more she keeps calling, the less noise we are going to make. It is very rare to find a leopard calling, especially in the day. And of course we know where this is coming from. It's Thandi. It's her love for my ribs. It's her worry for him. Just as much as we might worry if we know he's had an interaction with Molwati. I think he successfully dodged him though from the tracks that we saw. It looked like he moved east. So this is quite a rare moment for us. It's the first time I've heard Tundi vocalizing, ever. So notice her immediate reaction when she stops calling is to move her ears backwards. She's listening for a response. She's listening for movement. As full as she is and as hot as she is, she's out and active in the heat of the day. If that's not a mother's love, I don't know what would be. I can hear movement in the grass above us, Owen. I can hear some movement up on the bank. I think she heard it too. I'm definitely hearing movement on the bank. So up here on the ridge somewhere is where I heard the movement, and that's the direction the elephants' noises were coming from as well. She's listening very carefully. Now we do have other game viewers in the sighting with us, so you might hear a bit of noise. Oh, there's the elephants calling again. I wonder if Maribs is on his way back here from Cheetah Cutline Leadwood Road. So I'm sure Maribs would be overjoyed to hear that it's Tundi making these calls. He would be able to recognize it. But in the back of his mind, he's probably also going to be thinking, where's Mulwati? Isn't it incredible how much louder that vocalization was when she was standing and had the space to expand her legs and contract them fully? The muscle power. Karen, we don't have the clearest view of the side of her face. It could still be blood from a kill. It could also be a gash. I can't see it clearly, so if you have any screenshots, you're welcome to take them and we can try and figure it out. But I can't see it clearly. I actually can't see her at all from where I am. Owen is higher up than me. And of course, through the camera, it can be quite tough to tell with the long grass. You're seeing it on a very big screen compared to us.
Number one, Herbert on the eastern channel is number 2, and then,
So she's now turned to orientate herself towards where the elephant calls were coming from, which makes a lot of sense, because if there is something coming from that side, she's now focused her ears in to listen for any movement coming from there. But her camouflage is amazing. If we had driven past now, we might not have even noticed her in the long grass from the road. Look at that. Unbelievable camouflage. Although listening, we would have been able to hear her. Mary, it sounds like a very gruff and painful call, but it's not. It's a normal vocalization that she would make with her voice box and her vocal cords. So it doesn't hurt her to make this call. It can be tiring, though, if she carries on and on, because it takes strength. It's almost like coughing. If you had a massive coughing fit and kept coughing, your lungs, and especially your intercostal muscles, the muscles between your ribs, would get quite stiff. Also remember, this is a bit of a toss-up for her. She's vocalizing to find Maribs, but she's also attracting other predators while she's doing this. So it's a catch-22 situation. Let's see if we can get a nice view of her face when she turns. She's doing a very good job of hiding her face. I'm hearing some very strange sounds coming from that area of the elephants. There's a little patch of fur hanging there on the back of the jaw, but I don't see much else. And remember, the face is the hardest place to clean. Alright, if she keeps moving through there, we are going to struggle to keep up, but we're going to try our best. We might have to reposition now. There, she's going up to the right, but just behind the long grass. So let's see what we can do. We'll try our best to find her again. Luckily, she's calling, so that'll make it easier. But while we try and find her again, let's send you to Cedric to see what's happening at the den.
Yes, welcome back. I'm so glad Altess has got Tandi that side, busy calling. Fantastic, fantastic. As you can see, we're still at the den side. You see our Corky, saw Corky's little cub. So Corky's got a little cub here. Actually, he's been in and out of the hole. Not that little one that's in front, that's Heart's cub. But exactly, oh, he's like, get away. Now you'll see, Corky's now there at the hole of that, the other side. And I'm going to see maybe the little one will pop out there. Of course, that's... So of course, Corky must have brought it all the way from the previous den site, all the way back to this den site where Tima and Hart is.
She's moving straight north from Gary Main, east of 101. You want to mark back east?
She's really want to make sure. The little cub was coming out back and forth. I think she was like, just making sure that the cub knows that it's mommy's there. And all of a sudden there's not appearing. So what an active den site this is now, eh? Sure. And then we got from the other one having hard corky and ribbon, now you got hard corky and team at this one, a different one. So.
The wind has definitely picked up quite a bit, and quite a bit of bird sound still around. And I'm just slowly but surely panning around, watching every little bush for any sign of a leopard. We know there was one seen in the area. And at the same time just absorbing and appreciating the beauty of this landscape. Just absolutely stunning with all the different trees and the grass turning yellow. It is really such a pretty landscape, and it's a place I've called home for many years, just over 22 years, the Lowveld of Southern Africa. One of the true last remaining wilderness areas arguably on the globe. A truly magical place.
Thandi is on the move. She's headed down back towards Gari Main and the Mulawati drainage line. So we are having to do a lot of looping to keep up with her at this point. We've got a few birds that have started alarm calling. But of course it is quite the challenge, because she's now wanting to move and see if she moves and she keeps calling, is there a high chance that she will be able to find Marips. And we do have another game viewer in the sighting with us. You'll be able to see it briefly. She's thinking very hard about where she wants to go. She's sniffing the ground. She's trying to pick up information on the wind. Can she smell him? Has he urinated somewhere? Jennifer, a leopard's call will move depending on the conditions. So on a very windy day like today, it'll travel probably about 7 to 10 kilometers downwind, maybe a bit less depending. For a female leopard, not as far as a male. So for Thandi, maybe 4 or 5 kilometers. However, if we were to go in the opposite direction, then we would not hear the call very well, because the wind is so strong, it's blowing it in the opposite direction and away from us. But she is a lot smaller than someone like Mulwati, so his call would go quite a bit further. She's going towards the Mulwati drainage line and Gowrie Main Junction, exactly where we saw Mulwati earlier. Scent marking. I'm glad to see that belly swaying. Isn't it brilliant? She is going to walk past that cruiser. We're going to have to try and keep up with her again. Goodness gracious, what a day. Sorry, you might think, oh, never mind, sorry, it's a scrub here. I saw movement flash behind the car. There was a little scrub hair, darted, missed Thandi by a hair. She missed it by a hair, and as we moved, it moved. Thank you. As it moved, we moved, and Thandi was luckily looking the opposite way and missed the scrub hair. Ooh, thicket, thicket, thicket. Hello, thicket. Alright. Now this is very dense Tamboti thicket. That's what we're in on at the moment. Oh, I'm coming. Dash, I guess she could be an estrus at calling Mulwati, but normally those kinds of signals are picked up on from the urine. I think she's more worried about my ribs because dipping it. Maybe don't Mulwati now. We had Mulwati earlier. So, Dash, you were asking if she might be an estrus and that's why she's calling to attract Mulwati. It is possible, but I think it's much more likely that she would be calling for my reaps because he's still quite dependent on her, and because she's older, I don't know if she will come into estrus again. But also remember, Mulwati would be able to pick up on that from all the other cues, especially those in her urine. She wouldn't necessarily need to call him. She's calling a little bit too much for it to be for a male, I think, other than Mareebs. Oh, look at those eyes. She's actually quite a bit higher than our eye level now. She's about a meter higher than Owen in the camera. Have a look at that. She's on the bank, the eastern bank of the Mulwati drainage line. Now Mareebs' tracks went up onto this bank. Mulwati went south. I think she's being very caring. Right, we're going to try and reposition a little bit, get everybody a nice view, because we do have 2 other game viewers with us. Hopefully we'll get her crossing a little bit later. But let's head over to JP and see what he's been up to while we try and reposition again.
Welcome back to Pridelands. So we decided that as it was getting a little bit windy to actually get back onto our vehicle, we then went to go and look at a few of the dams. And then as it be positioned close by to here, we could actually hear buffalo in the distance. And we could hear vocalizations that they were producing some 500 meters away. We quickly went to go and look and determined that they are moving into the direction of water. That's one of the very valuable skills, is actually to know a number of different animal calls and sounds which they produce and in which context they do so, as this helps you to quite often locate as well as interpret their behavior. So we're fortunate that the first part of the group has already arrived to come and drink, but there will be more coming as they spread it out approximately over an area of some 500 to 600 meters. If I'm not mistaken, this might be the very same group that we actually saw a few days ago, and there roughly should be a total of just over 60 individuals. Let's sit and watch them, and at the same time just listen to the different sounds of both birds as well as buffalo in the background. And meanwhile, let's go and see what Tessa's up to.
We have gotten lucky. Tandy has decided to come down into the riverbed and continue calling. So she's slowly moving north in the drainage line now. And still intent on calling every few seconds. She's going to be headed towards Twin Dams area, that crossing. And so it's going to be interesting to see where she goes from here. Marib's tracks crossed just in front of her, up to the right, so not far from here at all, where Marib's crossed up onto the eastern bank. See how she's sniffing the ground and calling. And we are going to have to reposition again. Chances are she probably will come back into the riverbed. She's probably just doing a bit of a zigzag sniffing as she goes, because she's trying to pick up on information. When we drove this exact riverbed earlier, we had fresh tracks of 2 leopards. One was definitely a lot larger than the other. So one was Mulwati because you could see his strides were very far apart. The other one looked like Marib's because the strides were a little closer. Marib's is a little bit smaller. And Mulwati's tracks were coming down. He went into the opposite side of the drainage line. Marib's tracks are going up and pulling up to the right. So I think that's what she's looking for.
Yes, welcome back. I just left Intima's and Hard Corky's den site. They're on Taxon's Road, so I'll just let them be. Definitely got to see most of the family there. But well, what a sighting. I was really, really happy to do that. I'm coming back into where the Mulawati further north, where I had the lumber earlier, well, a brief visual. I'm not too sure if it was her, but I'm just going to head into this area and just double check to see if I've got any tracks coming out on top of tracks. Maybe we're fortunate enough, maybe we get both the cubs around this area. But it's nice to hear that Sandy is busy calling. I'm sure calling for Mulawati. So she wants to go and she wants to go into heat. It's at pretty much that time when what's the name? Marips is already being independent, so she's definitely on the lookout for him, Mulawati, especially when they're doing that real hard soaring. And that's why I think she went all the way west the other night, you know, because what happens sometimes they go out of their own territory looking for the male, the territorial male, when they start, when they, you know, then they go into heat, into estrus. I'm actually going to try something different here. I think I tried this one up earlier. I'm going to take a little bit of a bigger loop around here. Let's see, maybe up this side. What What an exciting afternoon so far. What an exciting afternoon. So much happening. Leopards, male and female, hyenas, calves, buffalo swimming. Chris on dam cam. Brilliant. What a day.
We have just come around onto the bank and Thandi is walking straight towards us. What a lovely surprise. But she's walking just in front of the vehicle. I think she's going up onto the dam wall. She's definitely looking for my ribs. As you can see, her ears are actually facing us because this is the direction that they were going in. See her tail moving. She is concerned. She's checking one of his favorite spots. And of course, squirrels are giving her position away as well. What an adventure. Thandi, the queen, is making us work for it. Yo, Owen, she's gonna drink. How's that? She's drinking. Now I'm just hoping that Marips is about to pop up and bounce on her as though, you know, Mom, I was here the whole time. In the way only he would. Definitely gets your thirst levels up when you're calling and calling with a full belly. Look at those ripples she's creating. That's actually a very clever move because the sound will reflect off the water. I've never heard a female call quite like this for anything other than a cub. I can tell you that much. Oh, she is about to pop up right next to me again. Yeah, she's just in front of my vehicle now. Yeah, she's about to go over. Amazing. Probably gonna go check the small pans now. Disappearing into that long grass. Gonna see another gap of her there, and then she's gonna go down the game path. can see there's a little bit of golden light hitting her right hand side. Oh, she can smell something on the ground there. So you'll probably find she's picking up on Marieb's scent because he's been here for 2-3 days. And every time she picks up a stronger scent for him, she'll start calling. She is literally going to be checking every bush around here. Right, we are going to have to reposition again. So if she goes into that thicket fully, she might come out the other side. There is a water hole in there, a little hand system. But she might find that it becomes a little bit difficult for her to then maneuver, so she'll come out on the other side. Let's see what we can do. Try and find her again, but in the meantime I'll send you to Chris on Damcam, see what he's up to.
Oh, it's quieted down quite a bit here. Everything has moved away. And I'm just going to stop here at the dam. Just a bit of sun peeking through. Last little bit of rays before the sun goes down, which we can see on the treetops there. And we've had a very eventful afternoon here with the dam cam, although it's rather quiet at the moment, which is normal for this time of the day. You'll find that most of the daytime animals have done drinking. They're going to their safe areas, and the nighttime creatures have not yet emerged. Therefore, this is a rather quiet time in general. However, this is a good time for predators to drink. Often they start getting active. If they were close to the water hole, they might come and have a drink and then continue on their time activities. And we just saw Tundi having a little drink of water there as well with Tessa. You can even hear the bird sounds have also quieted down a bit. But what a lovely time at the water hole. Always great to sort of spend the last couple of moments of the day here at the dam. On that topic, let's head over to JP to see what's happening at his dam.
Welcome back to Pridelands. Our afternoon has really paid off by sitting over here just simply at the dam for the last half an hour or hour now. And so far we had an amazing sighting on buffalo, and especially under the last little bit of light that we have. At this time of the day, you'll notice that the light obtains a beautiful golden color. That's generally referred to as the golden hour, and that's that perfect hour where you want to take photographs. And we've just had another group of elephants also joining. And it was also stunning to watch them coming through that patch where the sun was actually still coming through. And as they were kicking up dust, it induced a beautiful golden hue to the dust that was being kicked up into the air. And now decided to go for a drink. Let's watch them and just enjoy the sounds of nature in the background. There might be one or two vehicles that are going to join us very soon into the sighting, as they too would love to come and have a look at the elephants. Well, this is a perfect way for us running off our evening as we are starting to lose our light now. We're just going to stick with them for a few more seconds and then head off and go and see what the rest of the team is up to.
Gowrie Dam, heading down Twin Dams Road again. This is where we lost a visual of that female leopard that pretty much almost saw on foot. So, just making sure nothing did come out this side on top of my vehicle tracks and see if we can be lucky around here. But nothing so far. Last evening actually. Beautiful evening. I think it's not going to be too warm or too cold tonight. I think the temperatures is just going to be on a perfect kind of scale. You know, you don't get too hot or too cold. Why is that, bro? Why are you upset? Why are you upset? So Franklin ran out in front here. Going crazy. Green woodoopoos going crazy in this dead tree just to the right. You'll see them just a little bit to the left here. Yeah, with a beautiful a whole family of green woodoopoos. They used to be known as a red-billed woodoopoo, all communicating with each other and displaying. Very much a family orientated and a social bird.
So we are now sitting on the little track of the fire break just south of Twin Dams Wall, and Thandi has not stopped calling. I'm impressed that she still has enough breath to pant. But we have had a look at the side of her face. Thank you for the screenshots as well. Right there where she's bending below her jaw, you can see there's a bit of a wound. It's in fact not blood from feeding. It is indeed a flesh wound. But it doesn't look very big. It looks like it might have been just a small puncture wound, possibly a bite mark or a claw. Maybe even a horn of an impala or a duiker or a steenbok. I wouldn't think it's of major concern. I honestly keep looking backwards to see if my ribs is like popping up behind the car. That was a sad little one, that last one. Half effort. That's better. See how much effort that took with every single breath out. She was contracting her muscles right the way from her stomach through to her rib cage to get that power to project further. There is a bird alarm calling. I wonder if we might get a glimpse of another leopard coming in. Still sniffing the ground, trying to make sure of where everybody went. And naturally, she is going to be a bit frustrated and confused because she's going to have both of their scents in this area. Such a comfortable queen she is. She's calling right behind their vehicle, going up the fire break. We're going to have to try and reposition if she doesn't come out on that side. Oh, I can see just her tail. Although she's just left, it was just sticking out on the right side of that back tire, and now it looks like she's coming out possibly the left-hand side. Oh, come on, Tandy girl. Alright, we're going to have to try and reposition a little bit and see what happens. I'm going to send you back to Chris on Damcam in the meantime, and we will try our best to find her.
Yeah, again, just a couple of birds at the moment. I'm just going to move quicker towards the dam and we can see what is calling there. Just a couple of birds. There's a grey heron going ballistic here at some point. This is the area that I want to scan. This is where I'm silently hoping that the lump, so there, more or less where you see the bushes disappear, that's the area where the lumber was moving towards. So I'm really hoping that at some stage she'll emerge out here at the dam. I know Cedric did mention that it could be a possibility. Now, while I do that, let's head over to JP with a beautiful sunset and some elephants.
Welcome back to Pridelands. We've just lost our sunset, but we still have a beautiful sighting of elephants, especially with a little one in a group. It's quite entertaining, as he often is trying to actually go for a swim, and every now and then gets lifted up by the mother. We're going to spend a few more minutes with him and then start moving off. As we have quite a few vehicles that would like to join the sighting. Well, we're going to quickly open a gap for the other vehicles to start coming in. But in the meanwhile, let's go and see what Tess and her leopard is up to.
Tandy has laid down and started relaxing again. She keeps getting distracted because there's quite a few different sets of alarm calls coming in. And we were just chatting about it with the team at MC, saying Marubs might need a bit of a grounding if he doesn't show up after this much effort. But at the same time, isn't it amazing that he's 2 years old and becoming independent? Maybe he can hear her and he's not coming. Maybe he's too scared of Mwati. Or maybe he just moved far away and doesn't want to come all the way back. But I do have a feeling, a very lucky feeling, that he is close by and that he's going to pop up, and I'm imagining this massive playful moment between the two of them. Ellie girl, it is incredible to see this. I've never seen Thandi so active. I've never heard her vocalize until today, and I've heard her vocalize more than I've ever heard another leopard vocalize in one afternoon. But at the same time, I agree. I worry for her. Not in the way that Maribs is, something's happened to him or anything like that, but more in the way that she's worried. And that I can relate to. She's worried. I'm hearing lots of alarm calling. This is making me happy. Not that it means that there is anything else happening, but go ahead. It could be. Aubrey, go ahead. So we are looking around, all around us here at the moment, just to see what could be happening. And it seems like everybody wants to have a look at Thandi. A few people have come through and left. And I'm just hoping Maribs is around the corner. Owen and I are literally looking around as though our heads spin 360 degrees here. Although I'm sure Thandi would know it long before we do. I don't know if anyone else has any stories they'd like to share, if they've ever heard a leopard vocalizing as much as we've heard Thandi vocalizing this afternoon. I don't think she's gone more than 2 minutes at a time without vocalizing. But I've certainly never seen this before, so I'd love to know if anyone else has seen a leopard calling so intensely and for so long. I'd be very interested to hear it. You can see she is still turning her head.
Yeah, also you copy?
When she gets up like that, it makes me think she's heard something, but I think she's just getting frustrated. And we're going to keep following her. It looks like she's going to keep circling the dam for a bit. We'll keep you updated with her movements, but in the meantime, we will send you to Chris to see what's happening on dam cam.
I'm still fixed on this area, scanning around every now and then, still hoping Tlalamba will emerge here. Interesting, all that calling that Thandi is doing, and I know Tess mentioned that she would love to know if any of us have experienced something similar, and yes, indeed, I have seen this a number of times throughout my 22 years as a guide. And in most cases, it is exactly what you see there, where a mother is looking for a cub. What bothers me about Marips is becoming a grown guy, and this is typically beyond the age where mothers will still actively, look for them. It might be that Tundi is just a very old cub, female. She knows it's possibly a lost, litter or something like that. But also what I have witnessed a number of times is females, when they go into estrus, that they will often also do that. Now, whether it's the case of Tundi, probably not. We know that Milwaukee was in the area, but it's clear that she probably is looking for Marips. But I have seen females, when they go into estrus, that they do make those vocalizations quite profusely. And this will usually be accompanied by quite a lot of scent marking in order to locate and let the dominant male of the area know that, listen, I am going into estrus, I will need you to meet up with me. And often he will then reply, and they will eventually, through sound and scent, locate each other. But most of the time it is mothers looking for their cubs. Usually I've seen it with smaller cubs mainly, where they've moved. For instance, the mother's hidden them somewhere, and they, kids, they do that, and they move, and then the mother comes back and she does this sort of sniffing sound, short distance contact, no reply, then they'll start to vocalize like that. So there's various reasons why that would happen. It could also be that there's another female in the area close by, and that females, I'm not saying Tundi necessarily, but females in general will then also soar like that in order to tell other females in the area, listen, you are in my territory. So I have seen leopard females do that a lot, but for very different reasons. Back to Tlalamba, I have not seen anything on her. Really been scanning every little tree, bush, everything, and it's nothing. She's probably lying in drainage, and it's probably a better idea if Cedric can use his mobility to try and find her again. I'm just hoping at this one moment you just see her walking over the dam wall. That will be amazing. Other than that, there is not much happening, but some lovely sounds around. And as always, the scenery is always something to behold.
Welcome back. I'm just coming up to Impala Plains. Definitely, I agree with Chris there. I've seen Tundi do it quite a few times. In the last, of course, 10, 11, 12 years. I have seen her doing it right in the beginning, already in 2012, 2013, where she vocalizes quite hectically. I have seen another female Scotia in the western sector do it as well, and I think the same thing is where what happened now for me, what I'm putting together here is, because Marips is 2 years old, the other night Tundi was going so far out of her territory already. She went on the Rebecca's towards, so it's actually close to this area where we are now, which is pretty much Tlalamba and Shadulu's territory. So sometimes you'll find females will actually leave their own territory looking out because they're going into heat, they're looking out for the males, they'll actually try and start becoming really vocal, looking for the males, and maybe she came back, maybe she realized Molawati was down further towards Twin Dam sides during the day, picking up on the scent and all that, and now of course she's really becoming vocal, trying to get his attention and and saying, you know, well, listen, I'm here, I'm in heat, and so I think that's, to me, that's what's really panning out. I've seen it happen with Thandi before, being really, really vocal. So it is a nice thing to see and to hear. I think it's it's nice to see that different kind of characteristics of the female, of the leopards themselves. On some of them are doing it more so than others. But enjoy the little bit of sunset that's left.
We just got a massive fright. Thandi's been vocalizing, and it looked like a green-backed heron must have been in the little pan system next to us and flew away about 2 meters away from us. Just this thing flying out of the grass at us. Definitely got quite a fright. So I know Cedric and Chris have been chatting about Thandi. I know Cedric in particular has seen Thandi vocalizing quite a lot. He has spent time with her many years ago as well. He's known her for a very long time. So I think it is a habit of Thandi's to vocalize quite a lot. But I do have a feeling, so she's not actively just sawing. She's not scent marking. She is occasionally sawing, and in between she's doing the contact call. And that for me tells me that she's looking. The fact that she has not left this area, that she's sniffing the ground, walking in circles, checking behind every bush, tells me she's actively looking. Now whether that's for Molwati or for Maribs or even maybe for Langa, I'm not 100% sure. I can't say what's in her mind, but based on what I've seen today, I would think she is looking for Maribs, with the contact calls in particular, and the attention to detail of checking behind every bush. And not seeing her scent mark when she's calling is quite strange. That's more of a mother leopard thing than a territorial leopard thing. Coming to say hi to Rusty. Luckily the camera's higher up, I can't see her at all anymore. Tassodia, I must agree with you on that. I haven't heard it for such an old cub before, so it of course does make you double guess what you know about leopards. We can't even get her in, she's so close to the vehicle. I'm gonna have to turn. But considering the relationship her and Maribs have, that in itself is very different to the usual young male with mother interaction. Right, and I'm gonna move. So compared to most other male cubs, not normally find them still interacting with their mothers, but with Maribs and Thandi it seems to be entirely different. By this age they're normally a lot more independent, but unfortunately, well, fortunately and unfortunately, what it means is that they still have quite a close bond. He still follows her around, he still tries to take her kills, so they do have a closer bond than the average mother and son at this age. And I think from her side, it's possibly also because she is getting older. She's nearly 16 years old. So she probably is clinging, well, I don't want to say clinging on, that kind of takes away the value, but she's definitely still attached. Especially those smaller calls that she's making, the contact calls in between. Justin, yes, we would have found, instead of 2 sets of tracks leaving the area, we would have found 1 set of tracks. That is the simplest answer. But also there would have been signs such as a fight mark on the road, possibly even blood or fur. Ideally be looking for. But we didn't see anything like that. We saw Mulwati disappearing down the riverbed and scent marking. And we saw Marib's tracks crossing to the Mulwati going north. Definitely male. You could smell the scent marking through the area. So I don't think anything has happened to Marib's. I think he just got a fright and moved out of the area. Logically, as a young male leopard should. Alright, Miss Tandy. I can't believe we're spending so much time with her. I've been so lucky with Tandy and Mulwati recently. Alright, we're switching over into infrared. The light is dropping and of course she's putting distance between us. And she's now officially on Little Gowrie. She is staring into the distance. Now this of course is the way that Mulwati went. So she's gathering that information currently. Oh, have a look at those eyes reflecting. Oh, I can hear a lion calling in the distance. She heard it too. Coming from quite far south. Perfect area for a leopard. Baboon Pan is probably one of the more popular spots for leopards, in fact. Especially Tandy, Langa, Shasha, Marib's. Occasionally Mulwati. I just feel like she's circling way too much and coming back to where his scent has been strongest for too many days for her to be being territorial at the moment. 100% it adds to the territoriality. Other leopards can definitely hear her, especially other females would be taking note, and males could be coming to investigate. But I don't think that's her main purpose. Sandy, Tandy is about 100 meters, not even, maybe 75 to 80 meters away from where Maribs was hunting last night. He was just on the other side of the dam wall, and she's just on the southern side. So he was just north, she was just south. So this is exactly where Maribs has been for 3 days, and that's the link that's making me think that she's smelling his scent in particular in this area, because it's been building up here for 3 days, if not longer. So Tim K also says that he's heard this kind of sound when female leopards are in estrus, on dam cam and on live safaris a few times too. That's very helpful. Thank you, Tim K. It definitely could be that she might be coming into estrus. I just, normally when leopards are in estrus, yes, they do call like this, but they move a lot more and they urinate and scent mark because that's what carries the smell of the estrus, and she hasn't done that once. She's just kind of circling back to the area, and you can see she's actively looking behind bushes and sniffing the ground, circling straight back to the same areas. It's almost like she's tracking a scent. 100% could be wrong, but my gut feel on her is exactly that. And as much as I know we don't like to humanize too much, that is the logical thing with my gut at the moment, that is what she's doing. She's being too pedantic about this particular area for it to be territorial. Or estrus even. All of a sudden, everything's quiet. Harriet Tlalamba might respond to Thandi, but not necessarily to the contact call. She would respond more to the sawing territorial call, because they are each their own individual territorial female leopards. So you might find that Tlalamba might saw as well, but she might not actively come and investigate this far, particularly also because Tlalamba has her own cubs. So she'll stick within her normal territory. And only if she desperately wants to investigate might she come out. She would probably respond by scent marking and sawing on her side, but not necessarily actively seeking it out. Oh, and did you hear that? It sounded like something further east. I can hear the lions coming from the south. I can hear that call. But I thought I could hear something on the eastern side of the Mulawati. Really is another game of patience for her and for us to see what's going to happen here. But of course this is a very special sighting for us regardless, and particularly for me, because it's, you know, like I said earlier, I've never seen or heard Thandi vocalize before, and to hear her vocalizing like this the first time is quite unreal. I've heard other leopards vocalizing, but never Thandi.
Yes, welcome back. As you can see, we've got the spotlight out, the infrared on, the sun has set, and we're getting ready for hopefully picking up on some nocturnal animals. I've also just been sitting and I've also been thinking about this whole scenario, about quite a few scenarios that's busy playing out at the moment. If you think about Thandi now, what is she doing? Is she going back into heat? And we've got my rips, it's getting to that age that he's going to get really pushed out further. And then of course you've got other young males, Klamangumi, that's also sometimes been seen around the area. and Langa, the other female that's also competing with Thandi in that territory. There's a lot of interesting things happening with the leopards. Then you got the hyenas. Now you got a whole lot of new cubs that's about again. So now we've got a whole new clan that's busy getting bigger. And these cubs now get to a good age. And it's going to be a formidable clan. And what's going to happen? And then, of course, your lion activity and your whole lion scenarios that's going to be playing out to the Nkuhuma sub-adults. I haven't seen them for a while, but they'll still come back now and again, I'm sure. And of course, you've got the telematis around this area with the vocas that's been a little bit scarce in this area. So yeah, there's a lot of scenarios, a lot of interesting stories to be definitely looking out for and paying attention to. I think it's going to be a good year. This is going to be a very exciting year with changes. Definitely looking forward to it. Definitely looking forward to it.
Okay, sorry for the bad image, everybody, but we have got movement from behind Thandi coming down the road towards her, and she has not picked it up yet because she's still vocalizing. Now the light is really dark, we can see eyes, we can see a frame, we know it's a cat. It looks quite big. Oh, she's actually looking towards it now. She's still calling and walking towards it. I hope that is a leopard and not a lion. I can try and go forward a little bit. So you can see whatever's in the road has paused, and our infrared doesn't reach that far, unfortunately, but Thandi is walking across towards it. I'm going to pull forward, so I'm going to stop while we can see it. Move a little. Let's see if we can get close enough to infrared and see what that is. Alright, let's see. Hopefully this is close enough that we can see what it is. Oh, I don't see eyes anymore. Alright, there you can see Thandi disappearing on the right behind the bush. Alright, so this is quite difficult because we don't want to lose her, but we also want to figure out what is following her or coming towards her, calling. Whatever it is has gone, I think, into the grass. Oh my goodness, and she's going into Little Garo. We can't follow her there. Whatever it is in the grass there somewhere on the left. Oh my goodness, my heart is racing. This does feel more stressful than yesterday's hunt and stalk with Mareebs. It really does feel more stressful than that. Oh, I can see movement kind of at the back left of that little pan there, Owen. No, that same area, but just a little bit more into the left. Yeah, there. I could see a little bit of movement. Yeah, it looked like either a bus of a leopard, somebody like Mulwati, oh, there's Thandi coming back, or I thought possibly the structure, the very, very square shoulders, maybe a lioness, but all we could really see was the outline. hippos calling from Chitwa Dam. Everything seems to be happening. Okay, Tundi does look like she's coming back towards the road slowly. Oh my goodness, where did she go? This is quite nerve-wracking. Now, whoever that was, especially if it was a leopard, has done very well to avoid her. I think it's also just gathering information if it's a leopard. Quite the tense moment. Could cut the atmosphere with a very blunt butter knife right now. There's that much tension in the air. Adrenaline pumping. Listen, if you can hear the lines. So all of these nocturnal animals are waking up. Now, I haven't seen Tundi in a while. She was behind that little bush that's kind of on the right towards the middle, right middle. But we also haven't seen the other shape. Where did the other shape go? Nadia, interestingly enough, this is the quietest we have had her. She is not calling anymore. So I don't know if she picked up on the fact that there was a presence close by, that she wasn't anticipating that particular presence. And she stopped calling and moved straight towards the thickets. So I don't think she anticipated Mulwati being so close still. If it was him, that's the only leopard I can think of that's big enough to look like a lioness, because the first time I met him, I mistook him for a lioness when there was a brief view of him. There, Owen? Yep, they're coming back towards the road. There we go, I see eyes. Alright, let's hope that it comes closer. Certainly walks like a leopard, doesn't it? Also, still gathering information. I wish the infrared light went 5 meters further. I think you're not alone in the hot flashes there. You're definitely not alone. It's actually, I've never had this moment before where I'm excited and semi-frustrated at the same time. I just wish the infrared light went 5 meters further so we could know from now already what's happening. From the size of it, I do kind of think it's a leopard. But it's like they're playing a game of cat and mouse with each other and at the same time with our emotions. Oh, there it's moving again. Sniffing around a bit. So we know for sure that it's not a hyena, because a hyena would have just walked on through as though it owned the area. There we go. Definitely a leopard. Being very careful and thinking quite hard. analyzing everything around it. I'll be very impressed if anyone can get an ID on that leopard with that lack of light. It's becoming clearer by the second. Oh, that feels like the longest walk of a leopard behind a bush I think I've ever experienced. Ah, there we go, I see eyes. Again, strange feeling. We can't see anything with the naked eye. This is all only through our monitors and Owen's screen on the camera. I don't know if you've ever had that moment where you get so excited that your face is almost pressing against a screen when you're watching something. That is what we look like right now. Definitely sniffing around, actually chewing some branches there. Well, this is quite common, bit of a phlegm and grimace, trying to pick up any chemicals. Any indicators of what might be happening in case a leopard's scent marked there. Smelling high up for urine. Aha, Mulwati. Thank you so much, everybody. He is back from his little adventure down the drainage line then. Scent marking, rubbing his cheeks. He might urinate. Yep, he is the only one big enough to be confused with the lioness. So my gut was pretty alright there. Lisa, it's not necessarily that he's cautious specifically of Tundi. It's that he's approaching an area where he can smell there's been another young male leopard. And now he's heard a leopard vocalizing, constantly calling. And so when he approached the area, he could possibly see her and he could definitely hear her from where he was. But she's disappeared and now he doesn't know exactly where she is. And he's still trying to gather information. So he doesn't know if Maribs is still in the area. He doesn't know if it's just this leopard that's been vocalizing or where she's gone. Which means it's the right thing to do to be a bit cautious when you're walking into the middle of where another leopard is, especially if they have been vocalizing. Because they'll vocalize either to make contact with other leopards or to be territorial, or occasionally to go into estrus. Now this tells me that it's not Tundi going into estrus because she would have been on top of him. If this is what she wanted, she would have been very keen to see him. She would have already been there displaying to him. But the fact that she went quiet very quickly and disappeared, that tells me a lot. And I think he's just trying to gather the same information that we are. Where did she go? Are there any other threats? And so he's playing the patience game that she was earlier, waiting to try and see if Maribs would respond. I have that sneaky feeling. Tundi has this habit of being right next to you and you don't know it. I have a feeling that she's crossed back over to Juma's side. Okay, we're going to see what happens. We'll spend a little bit more time with Mulwati. I think Tundi is still somewhere in the thickets, but we'll update you as we go.
Hello, welcome back. Yeah, I'm on Buffelshoek Cutline. Hey, we found a little nice little flat neck chameleon just resting in this tree. Just taking it easy. Of course, because it's dark now, Nighttime, they don't move around at night, and blending in very, very well with its surroundings. And a beautiful long curly tail. Many times they'll use that tail, especially on windy nights. They'll grip with that little fleet feet, and with a curly tail they'll wrap it around the branches. So they've got a little bit of a better foundation and stability for themselves. Now you can clearly see why they call it a flap neck chameleon. You can see that flap at the back of its head. That's where the head just joins onto the body. So you can see actually the nice flap on it. So perfect specimen. Just looking around, you can see he's closing there, he closes his eyes, falling asleep. So as you know, they do sleep at night time and moving during the day. And they can also change their coloration to the surroundings. So if they are definitely around with green leaves, they'll turn to a beautiful green color. And at night time it's much easier to spot them. It reflects, the light reflects off them, and they've got this real lime color to them. But slowly but surely they are going to start disappearing in much thicker stuff for winter time. I'm sure very soon I will leave him and let him sleep and keep his eyes closed. I'm going to have a good night's rest.
It certainly seems like Molwati is more relaxed at night than in the daytime. He hasn't really moved, he's just been listening from side to side. I've done a quick scan with the spotlight around us, behind us, and I can't see any other animals other than some nightjars. So I think Tundi has even given Molwati the Tundi slip. Pilton watches, she's playing a lot of games tonight, including hide and seek, keeping us on the edge of our seats, our toes, our breathing patterns, everything. It's been absolutely fascinating to watch thus far. It seems like every time I see Tundi, I'm very lucky and I get to spend more and more time with her, and it seems to be the same with Molwati. If you can hear what sounds like a drone, it is insects that are currently attracted to the screen, and they're flying past my microphone on my cap. Now you'll probably find it won't take too long for Molwati to move and try and follow her scent, or perhaps even go back towards Twin Dams, which is just over the road, and smell if there's been any other updates. Semi, he might. How wonderful would it be to hear Molwati vocalizing? I think that would be... I actually don't think I could ask for anything better to top off the day, other than possibly finding my reaps after this. But it is, there's definitely a chance he could vocalize if he's responding to Tundi having vocalized, if he's just wanting to advertise the territories taken to Maribs and other young males. He could definitely vocalize. I don't know if I'm seeing things, but you know when your brain wants you to see something, so it starts thinking that there's something in the background. But the direction he's looking in is the way that Tundi disappeared, so what we're doing is every few minutes just kind of checking. Oh, hello. We're moving. We're kind of just checking with the infrared light. I'm checking with the spotlight behind us. Definitely sniffing for her. I wonder if he'll cross the road. So we have a feeling that Tundi may have crossed the road somewhere on that side and come back towards Djuma. We do have a game viewer coming through the main road as well. Unfortunately, this is Boundary Road, Gari Main. Station on Gari Main approaching Twin Dams, come in. Alright, we're going to have to reposition. Whoa, we're in low range, I keep forgetting. Oh, he's just crossed the road in front of us there. Alright, we're going to try and relocate him. It looks like he's just on the other side of the little pan system, and I'll send you to Cedric to see what he's up to on his bumble.
Do you know what I mean? Welcome back. I'm just here heading down on the Buffels cut line. I'm actually hoping for another couple of owls for tonight. A few nights ago we got the giant eagle owl, or the Verreaux's eagle owl, and we also got the white-faced owlet, which was fantastic. I was hoping for maybe a pearl-spotted owlet, a barred owl, scops owl. We have quite a few of them around here as well. So I'm very happy that old Tess has got Molawati and Tundi together there. I think Tundi was calling for him. I think she wants to make sure everything is good in the hood. But that's good. Nice interaction, I'm sure. Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Take a look. Now and again I've seen this pearl-spotted owlets that are a little bit further up here. I've seen it fly once or twice here, so I'm just going to keep my eyes open. Maybe we can spot one. I did also stop further on where I now stopped for the chameleon. It was a nice vantage point as well, a nice area that's quite lofted and quite higher than most of the areas around here. So I stopped and just trying to listen out to see maybe I can get maybe like lions roaring and work out where are those big tawny cats. Jasmine, good evening. Yes, we are definitely able to hear owls call in the evening. They do make quite a bit of a noise, and their noise travels quite a bit around this area. So there's quite a few. It's all territorial calling and all that. So that is very, very true. So like the pearl-spotted owlet, they got the real kind of high pitch and got a real at the end, and I'm not correct with that. And of course your scops, but that scops owl going out as well at night time. So all the owls, even the barn owl, a very common barn owl that you get around as well, all around in the towns and cities and yeah, in the bush. Also very much of a screeching, like a thrilling screeching noise that they make. Not the prettiest, but it is. Of course, calling, territorial calling as well. They do the calling in the partners, communication calling as well. So yes, they are very vocal. Owls are vocal. on, little please. Where are you? Where are you? I thought it was going to be that side. Maybe we passed it already. You never know. Maybe the one somewhere further on. Steve, good. Wow, 12 years old, and you want to know the collective noun for buffaloes? I can tell you collective nouns for most of the animals, but buffaloes, I don't think there is one. If there is one, please let me know. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we've got like a sound of warthogs, of course, the journey or tower of giraffe, clan of hyenas, pride of lions, coalition of male lions, a memory of elephants, a confusion of wildebeest, dazzle of zebra, franchise of impala. Well, I came up with that one. If anybody's got an answer for me, please let us know. But that is going to be an interesting one. I would love to know that. What else is there? A murder of crows. Oh, murder of crows. A parliament of owls. Is it a parliament of owls? I think it's a parliament of owls. Yeah. Yeah, I think most animals do have collective nouns, but a crash of rhinos. I just don't know buffaloes. Buffaloes and a leap of leopards. Yeah, so if you've got more than 2 or 3 leopards, it's called a leap of leopards. Yeah. It really makes sense, I think. But if it's just a herd of buffalo, I guess there's no really a proper collective noun for it. It's just a herd of buffalo. How was that going a little bit? Yeah, I'm just taking a look at Buffelshoek boundary still. I'm making sure that none of those lines, I think they said the last of Telemarchis was in the north. So I'm not too sure if they are far north or if they came through. If the lines are roaring. Yeah, quite far south though. Very far south. Okay, so just told me those lines now. So those lines exactly where we are. Buffelshoek boundary at the moment, and definitely straight southeast. And if Tess is around Twin Dams at the moment, she would have picked up on those lines, calling very well because I'm on the northern side of the property. That's exactly why we're sitting here, just to listen out. It's so important. Hopefully we can, if that's calling like that, I was thinking maybe other lions would have started replying on the northern side here, but it did sound like males. It just definitely sounded like male lions, just by the sound, just by the deepness of it. Maybe it's the 2 Avoca males that was hanging around on Vessel's little Gowrie area on that buffalo kill in the last few days.
So we have found Thandi again. She has come back to this area. She waited for Mulwati. He crossed Gowrie Main towards Twin Dams to go and pick up on any scents there. Then she came back into the clearing to gather information, and now she's watching very quietly to see what's happening. She's literally the blob. Next to you can see a darkish patch on the right that looks like a standing up log. She's just down to the bottom left. She's the blob, and occasionally we're just seeing her eyes. Now there is another game viewer here, so there's an eye, 2 eyes. You might see a spotlight on every now and then. But what we want to do is we're going to spend 30 more seconds here with Thandi, and then we're going to head back to Twin Dams and see if we can find Mulwati. And I can safely tell you that was not her contact calling, that was my stomach. That was her contact calling. Cat lover, the relationship between Thandi and Mulwati, they're not actually related by blood that I know of, but he's the dominant male of the area. She was the dominant female for quite a long time, and he has mated with her quite a few times before, I believe. So they would interact as a dominant male and a female in his territory. So pretty much what he would want from her is for her to be an estrus so that he can produce a line of offspring with her as frequently as possible with any of the females in the area. But she's been settled there for a good few minutes already. I don't think she's going to be coming closer to Twin Dams because this is the direction he moved in. And she's not loudly vocalizing anymore. She's just doing little chuffing sounds, little contact calls. So she's trying to be a bit softer, possibly. I can still hear the lions calling in the distance. Oh, they're getting closer. Possibly coming back up towards Gowrie Main in the next few days. I hope so. Sorry, you're hearing some noise. That's me trying to grab my spotlight so that I can just check behind us. I'm not seeing any other eyes, but I saw Mulwati cross the road to the right of us back north towards Twin Dams. He actually disappeared into the thicket just on the other side of the pan, on the western side. Mila, I wish I knew what was going through her mind. It's always been something I've wanted to know, is what is going through different animals' minds, especially, because we develop relationships with them and we see all of these interesting interactions. And even with my dogs at home, I often wonder. But it must be some form of combination of, there's a big male in the area, and she can smell Marib's in the area, and she's alert because there's lions calling. She's at least got a full belly, so I don't think hunting is on the agenda. So it's a very intertangled web at the moment, I'm sure, that's in her mind. 360 awareness. You can even hear hyenas calling in the background now. I'm not sure if you'll be able to hear them. They're quite far away. But there are hyenas calling from south of us, so somewhere on Chitwa, southeast. Yeah, I think the hyenas calling are a little bit far for our audio to pick up. Alright, let's see what she does. She's edging closer and just sitting now. interestingly enough, earlier when I was trying to convince myself that my brain was seeing things because I wanted to see them, it was actually her head I was seeing poking out of the grass at the back of the frame. But because she hadn't had her eyes turned towards us, I couldn't see the reflection. Because I can see now the patch where she was, there's no longer a head there. Luckily it's attached to her body and she's closer. Isn't it amazing how when you're sitting and watching and waiting and listening, you hear so much more than you normally would when you just sit. In a situation like this where you're listening for any breaking branch or replying call, you hear every little thing. You become hypersensitive. Sugar bits. I don't know if leopards truly get empty nest syndrome. It's possible. It's possible. It's a natural instinct for her to be worrying. I know when I have seen her and my ribs interacting the last few times, especially December, January, she was starting to get frustrated with him. But that doesn't mean she's not going to miss him when he's not around, and she's not going to worry because he is still her bloodline. So I'm not sure if she's got full-on empty nest syndrome, but I'm sure she must worry when she knows that they've been in the same area. I think also being older, she is a very experienced leopard mom, and she probably also knows that her body is not going to be functioning the same way that it was. She can probably feel hormonal changes starting. It's very unlikely, not unheard of, but it's unlikely that an older leopard will fall pregnant the way she used to. Her cycles will become less and less, very similar to menopause. And so I know with Safari, she was 19 when she died, and her last litter was at 15. Tundi is 15 at the moment, so it doesn't make sense for an older leopard to keep reproducing every single year or every second year. So maybe that's got something to do with it too. Not very many people are privileged enough to follow a leopard for this long, knowing Tundi for so long, knowing how old she is, her history, even Safari's history. Not many people get to do that, so we're all in a very lucky position to be able to be watching this, and we know all of these interactions. Every time we're seeing them, we're adding to the knowledge that we have. Alright, we're going to spend a little bit more time here with Tundi, and then we're going to head towards Twin Dams and see if we can find Mulwati. Right, before we leave her and go in search of either Mulwati or Maribs, hopefully both, at separate points of the evening, let's just have a listen in case we can hear anything else around us. You will hear a lot of insects, frogs, and birds, and occasionally the lions with a little bit of chuffing in between, contact calling very softly from Tundi. She is becoming bolder again, starting to call a bit louder. Very interesting to see where she decides to go from here. I have a feeling she's going to disappear into some thickets in search of my ribs.
And welcome back. We just quickly stopped here because we definitely had some more lions calling, but we're trying to figure out exactly in what direction they're calling from. We know we had some calling from the south, but these ones definitely wasn't calling from the south. So we're just hanging back here and just listening out carefully. But as well, so I had a fantastic question just now. Somebody asked, what's a collective noun for a herd of buffalo? It's an obstinacy of buffalo. Sorry, MC, can you repeat Kiki's question there for me? I just got the end bit there. Kiki, good evening. Thank you very much for your question. Have I ever seen a lion and a leopard interact? Yes, I have many, many times. So, well, in my 16 years in the sands, I've definitely seen quite a bit of that, but it's not a common occurrence. It did happen a few times where I've seen lions actually chasing after a leopard, chasing a leopard up into trees, especially when a leopard's had like a kill on the ground. So many times you'll find if a leopard kills something and is busy feeding on the ground, and of course during the night time and it didn't hoist any kill up, sometimes you'll find that the lions will actually pick up on the scent of that carcass and actually head straight towards that area where that leopard is busy feeding, and they usually chase him up. But it does happen. I had a case like that many years ago at a dam called Big Dam. If anybody remembered a female leopard called Imbilu. Imbilu was a young female, around about 3 years old. She was busy feeding on a waterbuck kill at Big Dam during the day, and then not long after, I had another guy saying, well, there's lion tracks on top of my vehicle tracks, while I was busy watching her feeding on this waterbuck. And it was not even 2 minutes later, we had the Chilala Pride. Now, the Chilala Pride back in those days was quite formidable. I think there were about, if I'm not mistaken, 15 lions in the Pride. And they came past me, and that guy grabbed Mbili pretty much next to us, and which was a bit of a sad state. So yeah, there's a lot of interaction between my lions and leopard. Well, talking about that, let's head to Tessa and see what's happening with old Tundles, Schmundles.
Alright, Tundi is coming closer again. She's just approaching the road. And it looks like she wants to head over towards Twin Dams, but she's being very cautious. Very lucky for us that she comes to lie next to the vehicle. We haven't heard a response, we haven't heard any other movement. All we know is we last saw Mulwati disappearing into the thickets. She could possibly hear him the whole time where he was moving, because as soon as she noticed him, she stopped calling. I wonder if she's been listening to see how far he is away before she starts calling again. White mane, I don't know if you mean the eye shine, maybe from the infrared, but I wouldn't think that they can necessarily see the same eye shine that we can see from the infrared. They can see some colors in the ultraviolet spectrum, but I wouldn't think they can necessarily see in the infrared spectrum, so I wouldn't think so. Bear in mind their eyesight is much better than ours, so hello girl. So she would be able to see the outline of him, his eyes, just based on her actual eyesight. Of course, straight behind the back of the vehicle. You could see her tail sticking out underneath Owen's backrest. And she's walking towards the drainage line, so now the opposite direction. Okay, I'm gonna have to turn. She's keeping me on my toes today. Goodness gracious me. What a sighting. Whew. She's literally right next to me. Now she's moving off in the direction that we had Marib's tracks going, as opposed to the other way around. It's very fascinating. I'd love to come back here tomorrow and see what the wealth of tracks is going to show, because there's going to be a lot more happening tonight after we leave. But what a ridiculous day it has been. I can't believe we've been so lucky. Thandi and Mulwati. And then together in the same sighting. And so much vocalizing from Thandi. Oh, Sally, you're most welcome. I'm so happy that we could make the drive for you. It's certainly been one for the books for us as well, I can tell you that much. Thandi has definitely represented today. But what I am going to do is she's moving off towards the drainage line. We're going to watch her disappear. The drainage line is just behind her. Oh, there's something happening. Owen's calling me. So it's been absolutely fantastic having you with us today. I can't believe we got spoiled with Thandi, Mulwati, and of course everything else that's been going on. Cedric and Chris and everybody working together. It's been absolutely phenomenal. Now we can hear her, we can no longer see her. But we are going to come back here tomorrow morning and see what the tracks will show us. We are looking forward to having you with us, so thank you again for coming with today. Thank you for enjoying it as much as we did. And we'll see you in the morning, and hopefully we'll be able to give you an update on what has happened tonight with Thandi, Mulwati, and hopefully Marib's.